you get rid of all your moon pies, Marty?
I did. I chunked them all out into the crowd Saturday night.
Hey, we just went live.
Hey, we went live.
That's for Travis.
Oh, so I don't say the bad words?
Yeah, so you don't say the bad words.
Holy crap, Barry, what are you drinking? What was that, cow's blood?
Yes.
Minotaur blood?
Snudge blood. I got a cat up here.
What's going on with you,
So
Robin?
he gets on and he walks away. What the hell?
Robin, what's up with your background? It's a different background than mine.
It's because I've not moved into my office yet, because everybody else is still asleep. Hey, what about good evening, everybody, and welcome to the weekly Alaboom.
I don't know. He sat down and he walked away.
Lance was here, went live, disappeared again.
Lack of professionalism here.
So,
The last,
it's terrible.
on our last show, Lance just got up and took a phone call on our other show, the Alexanomicon, and he was just gone for like 20 minutes with no explanation. And then he just came back. He's like, "What are you guys talking about?"
Okay, so we're here with Barry Reynolds.
Yes, how you doing?
Hi, Barry. Everything cool?
Everything's cool.
And Keith Collins.
Yep, the hanger-on is present.
Hanger-on mule, right?
Hanger-on / mule.
Yeah. And Marty Connell.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Is it time to go to bed yet?
Yes, it is, Marty.
And we have Travis Chance.
Hello. How are you?
Finally, our spokesperson from Guam, Robin Lees. I almost called you Robin Williams.
Yeah, I'm not as funny as him. Not quite. Even
You're still breathing, too.
And our host, the Undead Viking, went away somewhere.
Currently dead.
yeah.
Currently
Not
dead.
quite.
Viking.
I'm not undead.
I'm not quite dead yet. Speaking of which, did anybody who went to Origins Bring Out Your Dead?
I
No,
did not buy it.
One of my buddies in our group played it and said it was not great.
I agree. I played a demo. I played 2 rounds, and it was enough to go, and I don't need to buy this. But, boy, that was the big push from Upper Deck.
Well, I'll tell you one thing I did learn today, because they released, the game hit retail today.
Okay.
It's on CSI, and it's sold out at CSI, which means
really?
hype works.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Every badge holder had Bring Out Your Dead. Giant banner, Bring Out Your Dead. $10,000 Bring Out Your Dead tournament. Coffin-shaped tables to play on. They were pushing that game hard.
I don't trust a company whose name means to use a toilet incorrectly. Robin, you know what the Upper Decker is?
I can only imagine.
Just Google it real quick so you're...
Don't Google it.
I
Just
don't need to
don't
Google it,
listen
Travis.
to it.
I've got half a brain.
Well,
Even
my partner was the entire time at Origins. Nick doesn't care about very many things other than his wife and, like, you know, his friends. But he loved the game Versus when that was a game. He won $50,000 playing Versus one year, and so I don't know if you know this, but Upper Deck recently announced that they were rebooting Versus. Last year at GenCon, they had the Versus LCG.
LCG.
Yeah, not realizing that LCG is a registered trademark, and they had to put like duct tape and stuff over LCG on all their banners. So Nick was like pouting. He talked to someone in the company, and he was like pouting at what they had said, and it just kept bothering him over the weekend. It was really funny because he never gets like sort of frazzled that way. So finally, he went back up to the booth, and he was like wanting to talk to, I can't remember the name of the guy that's the Puma, the guy with the
Jason.
bob. Jason, what's his name?
Bremer?
Yes. And Nick got to sit down and see the new Versus, and he said it's not as objectionable as he thought it would be original, but it's different. So that was as far as Upper Deck. Upper Deck kept coming up at Origins for me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone else play any games that they thought were good? Marty?
Can I just go back to Bring Out Your Dead?
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
wasn't that a Kickstarter originally?
It was originally on Kickstarter. It was on Kickstarter last November. That's when I played it at BGG-Con, and I didn't get up from the table and go back the game. I didn't think it was a horrible game. I didn't think it was a great game, and I thought if it didn't have that theme on it, nobody'd ever look twice at it.
Is it still in that?
The thing was really cool, but the gameplay was just pretty basic.
Yeah, it was okay.
Is it still in that toe pincher coffin box?
No, it's just in a regular.
One now.
It's in a Ticket to Ride box.
It didn't sell out. They still had copies left on Sunday.
Well, they probably brought 10,000 copies from the looks of the place.
You talking about it sold out at CSI? I heard that Spyfall came out today at Miniature Market and CSI, and they're already gone too.
Yeah, they were gone probably in an hour or two.
Wow.
I mean, they were gone like boom.
They
18
were
bucks for that game.
underallocated.
Cool stuff was out before it came out because I checked it when we got home from Origins. Jen told me I got to buy that game right away. We ended up going to my game store, but cool stuff was out of it before it released today. The pre-orders at Miniature Market must have went out sometime today.
What was the list on it online?
$17.95. I paid $20 for mine because I had my coupon, and I paid $25 for Lance's because I was a mule. I bought more crap for Lance and Rhiannon than I bought for myself.
Oh, that was another one you bought. So you bought, what's it called, Flick 'em Up?
I bought 2 copies of Flick 'em Up, one for Lance, one for Rhiannon. Both of those in a bag at the same time. That game weighs about 8 pounds. It weighs on your con arm carrying that around all day. So I had to run that back to the room.
But you didn't buy a copy for yourself?
Oh, yeah, I did. I bought 3 copies of that stupid game. My copy was missing a piece, so I had to message him. But it's playable. It's got one of the 2 dynamite sticks in it. But I haven't played it yet because there's no way possible to clean up my thoughts that you can play a tabletop dexterity-based flicking game at Origins with the garbage that are the tables at Origins.
Yeah, they are pretty bad.
You're lucky if you don't walk away with half a tree shoved in your forearm. Actually, I walked 2 miles Thursday morning and found a grocery store and bought plastic tablecloths that I could carry with me and throw down on tables to keep from trashing my games.
Wow.
But on Thursday, the Board Game Library actually put tablecloths on the tables for the first time I've seen. And so that was nice, but I won't buy a Board Game Library pass at Origins again. I'm done with that. That was a waste of money.
It was small this year compared to last time I went.
Yeah, I mean, there was always seating in there, but their library itself, I looked it up before I went. Anything I wanted to try that was different, that are like games I don't own or haven't played, they didn't have. So that kind of wasted the $20 I paid for the ribbon. Plus, they close it at midnight, which goes the other part that has me cheesed about Origins is they kick you out of the hall with 95% of the tables to play on at 1 a.m. when the convention's just getting going.
Yep, I agree. And hopefully with the new board, maybe they'll address some of that to keep it open longer.
Yeah, unless they do something with the fact that they've got those vendors in that other space, which had its advantages. I mean, you could demo Asmodee games from 8 in the morning till 1 in the morning, basically.
Yep.
And they were selling stuff Wednesday. So it's like pre-sale day where you can avoid the rush. So,
which reminds me, the obvious first hot game that we saw because of that was Alysium. Everybody was walking around with Alysium, and one reason why, because they were giving away free game mats along with the purchase. So starting Wednesday night into Thursday morning, everybody was walking around with that under their arm.
I picked up Elysium and Parfum Wednesday night, or not Wednesday night, Wednesday afternoon, right after I got there. I picked those 2 games up, and then Saturday night, very late at night, I picked up Nations, the dice game. Marty say Nation's good. I buy Nation.
I just saw somebody on Twitter play at Eric Booth and asked him what he thought, and he says he actually may like it more than Roll for the Galaxy. And I said, well, then there's possibly two of us, because I've been getting a lot of slack for that comment.
I think I like Roll for the Galaxy better, but I haven't played Nations with other humans yet. I've only played it solo.
Okay.
But it's got a good solo game in it. It's interesting. The solo game's brutal because the AI die, which is just a little Kemet die, sits there and just takes away your stuff you want to buy randomly. It's evil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Elysium. So Elysium probably sold out because of the playmat, you reckon?
And it was a hot game too. I mean, it was award nominee, so a lot of people had interest in it.
That's true. It's just been nominated for the
Kenner.
Yeah.
Have you guys played it?
I played it. So here's the thing. I played it. Keith, was it you and I that played it first time? I can't remember who was sitting at the table.
No, I didn't play it with you.
All right, I played it with Pete Shirey, Eric Summerer, somebody else was there, and myself. Oh, I think Z was there. And both Eric and I were going, we played the basic game. So there's a basic setup they tell you to play with, so we did that. And both Eric and I were going, I don't get it. I don't see what the big deal is.
Same.
And I walked away from that table going, I don't see what the hubbub is. And then on Sunday, Tim Norris was running a game in the Asmodee booth, and he said, you want to play it? And I said, I didn't care for it. And he said, did you play with all the families? I said, I did not. He said, sit down and try it again. So then he put in all the families like Ares and the Oracle, which totally changed the game, and I liked it much better after my second play. It's not like mind-blowing or anything, but it's a lot better than after that first impression I had. So if you, I was going to say, if you're going to play it, if you're going to play it, skip the whole basic setup and go straight to the full core game.
Mm-hmm. And you guys compared a lot to Deus. Have you played that? And how does it compare to that?
It is. Somebody asked me about it, people keep comparing it to Seven Wonders. I don't compare it to Seven Wonders. I compare it to Deus. The game mechanic is more like Deus, where you're getting cards and trying to build a point-scoring engine. It's not, it's not a drafting game like Seven Wonders.
Tableau building, basically.
Yes.
I've played it 3 times. I bought it like the day it came out, like before Geekway. I took it to Geekway. The first time I played it was with Rhiannon, and we were kind of like, okay, it's a little boring. Played it again, a 2-player game. I liked it more as a 2-player, and I played it with 4 players with that Oracle, and that is messy, man. I was actually talking to Ruby at Asmodee. I'm like, how did that make it past development? Because I'm not kidding you. There were points where there were 17 to 20 cards out that you could purchase. People had anywhere from 6 to 15 cards in their tableau. So it's like you couldn't keep track. It was like, okay, there's currently 20 considerations with all mostly different powers, and I have to track 40 plus possible abilities, including my own. And it was like overwhelming. I mean, I'm a CCG guy too. I mean, I played Netrunner competitively still, and it was just like you couldn't keep track of everything that was going on. So I thought it was neat that it added those, but it felt like it was really. It seems like certain combinations can come together to really make stuff a little high variance, if you will, depending upon which ones come up.
Yeah, in fact, in the second game that I played, it was a 4-player game. And 3 of us scored like 60, 61, 62. But Tim Norris had this incredible scoring machine with Ares. He scored 95 points. Just blew us away. And he had played before, so maybe he knew how to do everything. But he just built this engine that there was no way we could crack.
Well, Ares, you get 16 points if you have the most of those tokens. That's huge.
Yes, and then he had another card that for every one of those you get an additional victory point. Wow. So one card basically scored him like 30-something points.
And I bet he was talking loud as hell, too, like he normally does, right?
He was very proud of that engine, I will say.
Tim Norris talks like he's helping a truck back up at all times. Like, hi, come here, blah, 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 blah. Because he lives in Indianapolis. I see him often enough, but he's a funny guy. He's loud as hell, man. He's funny. Mm-hmm. I talk a lot, but he's loud. He's got the volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame I missed them.
I'd like to ask you guys about our friends Stronghold Games. They had 2 releases at Origins. I guess they were it was unexpected releases. They had La Granja,
Nope, they were expected.
They were expected.
Yep,
So
they
La
were
Granja
announced.
was the Euro, which was originally published by Spielworks, I believe,
And Darkmoon
at Essen, and then the other game they had was Darkmoon, which is the re-release of Battlestar Galactica Express, and I believe Darkmoon sold out on day 1.
I bought one. I got the first one.
So what do you guys think of those games, respectively?
I played Darkmoon. I didn't play La Granja. I like Darkmoon. I think it was longer than I thought it would be. It took us 2.5 hours or so. All 4 of us were. It was the first game for all 4 of us, but I don't think we were playing it optimally. You know, up top they have this objective track with 4 objectives that'll come out throughout the game, and we weren't really focused on that. We were focusing more on the track underneath, where it's, you know, how things get disrupted. You know, we were focusing more on keeping that low than the objectives. So I think that drugged the game out. But I did enjoy it. Yeah.
I don't know if
Keith,
it's worth the $60 though.
Yeah, I don't think it's
60.
worth 60. Yeah, not.
No, not at all.
Is that because it's got custom dice?
He prints it in Germany. That's why it's so expensive.
That what it is. Yeah, I brought Brew Crafters Dice Hate Means game. That was 60. And there's a ton more stuff in that one than there is in Darkmoon. Yeah.
And does it 86 Battlestar for you?
For me personally, yeah, because Battlestar I can't get to the table. It's just too long.
Now, I've got a buddy that likes Battlestar, and it did not replace it for him. But he did go home and pre-order Darkmoon to basically save $20 and maybe get a non-miscut player boards.
The shields. The shields were
They weren't cut or something like that.
the
that
shields
pissed me
weren't
off.
cut.
Big time. That, and there was like miscounts in the rule book for components. It's
Oh, was there?
yeah, like it tells you that there's 4 infected cards and there's only 3, and then it like references it again later in the rule book. I posted something immediately, and then someone that was watching us just started freaking trolling the thread I posted, which I've had a run-in with Mr. Bonacore in the past by making a joke that did not come across as a joke about a game he put out, so I was fearful it was going to rub him the wrong way, but I made sure he understood. I thought it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It took us a long time to figure out what the hell was going on. I mean, like, it took us probably 45 minutes reading the rules, but we had 6 players. As far as it being like BSG, I don't think it has the tension that BSG has, like the way that the card contribution mechanic works in BSG, which I think is brilliant. You know, like that's the thing that's one of the things that did Dead of Winter that I thought they didn't do very well, but the dice mechanic is really neat. The dice replacement mechanic for that is pretty neat. It was really well received. Everyone really liked it at the end of the game. I also wondered why it was $60. Like, the punch sheet was the only thing that was the size of the box. Like, the board was only like 33% of the box, and there's hardly any components in there. It was just some dice and a little pack of cards and the player screens that were just postcards in this edition, which actually ended up making the game funnier because no one could really hide anything, so we were just laughing. We were like trying to use other things on our person to hide our dice and whatnot, so it ended up making the game somewhat more enjoyable just for the sake of it being, you know, out of frustration or whatever. But I thought it was good. I didn't play the other one, though.
To be fair, I will point out that they are sending out, they took down the names and they're sending out free replacement boards to everybody. So,
Well, I would hope so.
yeah, they were proactive about it. They told people before they bought it that it was that way. So they didn't try to hide anything. So
Marty, let me ask you, do you think that if you already own Battlestar, that there's reason, or is the game different enough for you to own both games, then, as opposed to replacing one of the games?
I didn't get to play Darkmoon, so I really can't answer that.
You don't know. Okay.
I wanted to play it, and who was it? Somebody was going around One of the Kabbalist guys kept promising that we'd get it to the table, and I never got a chance to. So, unfortunately, I can't answer. I would love to play it and try it and see how it compares, because BSG does get a little bit long in the tooth for me, but 2.5 hours still sounds long for an express type game.
Well, like I said, it was our first game, and Don, the Kabbalist guy, you were probably talking about, had the game, and we were all learning the game at the same time. So I think once you know the rules, it'll click it up.
Now,
But,
I didn't play it, but I mean, they're different games. They're not the same game.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Right, so there is room for having both in your
Oh
collection.
yeah, one game is designed to create the trader aspect of a cooperative game, similar to what the feel of BSG is, but it's not BSG.
Well, you can unintentionally sabotage things in Dark, whereas in BSG you can sit out, which is a form, I suppose, of unintentional sabotage. But in this, you roll the dice, and they're weighted toward the negative status, so it automatically makes you very suspicious. I think this game succeeded more. The theme felt more like John Carpenter's The Thing. Like, this felt like what the game Panic Station wished it was in terms of creating theme. Maybe it's just because I like Battlestar Galactica. Like, I felt like Battlestar Galactica did a really good job of conveying like the IP. So to me, thematically, they felt different. They were mechanically different. I would say that it does feel like a somewhat compressed version of a trader game, but I mean, I think they're pretty different. I have all the BSG games. It's like one of the only games my wife really likes, and BSG can get a bit monotonous. It's really weird because the turns are so fast. You move, you take an action, something bad happens, but it'll drag sometimes for 3+ hours.
Mm-hmm.
But in both Battlestar Galactica and Dark Moon, when you're stuck in the brig or quarantine, it sucks either way. I got stuck in the quarantine unintentionally because, like Travis said, there are some things you do with the missions, I guess you would call them, can make the other people suspicious that you are the traitor. You're kind of picking the worst or better of the two worst things that could happen.
Yeah, it's a smart little game. Like, I was the leader, and they. I was drawing those cards, the ones that help you to beat the game, that you have to fill up the cubes.
Right.
And you're right, because the same thing happened to us, where we were so preoccupied with beating the challenges that we didn't care about beating the game. Right. So then, like, at some point, we figured out who one of the traders was. I was the leader, and no one trusted me because I kept laying the objectives out that you had to do to beat the game, and I kept picking the ones that had less cubes, but they had a higher penalty. Well, one of the 2 times I drew 2 cards that were effectively the same penalty, but one had only a 2-cube requirement instead of a 3-cube requirement, and everyone freaked out. They're like, "Oh my God, why would he pick this card? He's evil. He's infected." And I'm like, I swear, I'm not infected. I tend in those games, like, I just don't fight back. Like, I've played a lot of Battlestar Galactica, and it's typically the guy who's talking the most is the guy who's got something to hide. So I just try to lay low, and I'm like, all right, well, if you think I'm infected, cool, kill me. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I thought it was good. Spyfall was really fun too.
Yes, I played that with Rodney Smith and Pete Shirley. I can't remember his name. The guy who demoed
Shirley. Yes.
Yeah. And a few guys from the Cabals, my wife and all that. And Jen made me, like I said, today go out and buy it. She liked it so much. I'm just horrible at them games, so I always have fun with them. But
do you like it, Marty?
I do. It's a fun party game. I don't like it with 8. I think 8's way too many people to play with that game. I think 5 is probably the better number. And the reason why is because you're timed, and it takes a long time to get around to everybody and ask the questions, and it gives the spy a lot of chances to try to figure out where you are with 8 people.
I thought it felt like when we played it, Saturday night, that it kind of landed cold, and we had 8 at the table.
Yep.
And that's kind of how I felt.
Yeah, Chris Leader was like, "Yeah, let's put this game away. We're not playing it anymore." He didn't care for it at all.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is you get 8 people and you're at slap happy time of night. It may not work at that point, but
did you guys read the rule book for it at all?
I read the rule book.
Can I laugh about the rule book for a minute? Robin, is that acceptable?
Yeah, do I like that?
May I use the Queen's
It's
English?
Lancet Channel.
So the first thing is the word Ziploc bag is used, but not in the trademark registered way where they would, they could be sued for doing that. And then on the back, what does it call them? Like containers, 30 containers, card containers instead of Ziploc bags.
Oh yeah.
In the gameplay example, a player's name starts off as Anne and then ends up as Anna and then changes back to Anne again. And then they give this ludicrous example for the gameplay where they're like, okay, well, the location is the Crusades. And then, they're talking, and then Paul says, Anna says, ask Paul, what are we eating? And then Paul says, potatoes. And then they immediately knew that he was not, or he was the spy, because clearly 300 years in the future from the perspective of the people that they're supposed to be is when Christopher Columbus brings the domesticated potato to the New World. So it was like they were supposed to be like able to like precognitionally see into the future the cultivation of potatoes, and that's how they knew he was a traitor. It was such a bad, just a weird example to give for a gameplay example. But the game is fun. I think it's flawed. I think it is a little flawed. Because why would you ever, if a person wants to lead the charge on calling someone out, why would you ever agree so that they score more points? If you're keeping...
that's one part I want to touch on, is in that rule book, it's got a scoring mechanic in the back that I think you should absolutely ignore. Don't play with it. Every game is a game, and you win the game or you lose the game each game. Don't play with that ridiculous, stupid scoring mechanism that's in the back of the Cryptozoic version that was not in the other version, because it breaks the game and it doesn't belong in the game.
Yeah.
The rest of the rulebook instructions are fine.
I ran into an interesting situation when I was playing with some guys. First time a guy had played, and basically when he asked the question, if he wasn't the spy, he would look at the picture on the card and ask a specific question about the picture on the card. And it really messed up the game because the spy had no chance at that point, right? It's like, what color is the coat that the guy's wearing in the picture? So, I mean, it really ruined the spirit, and then he couldn't understand why that wasn't really the way you're supposed to play it, even though rules don't say that. But it just broke the spirit of the game. We had a long discussion over whether you should even be able to do that or not. And finally, everybody decided, no, you shouldn't ask specific questions of a picture on a card, because the spy would never have a shot at it.
No, that's the kind of person that doesn't get the way the game's supposed to work, or wasn't taught well.
It was the first time, so he was kind of smart in the way he did it. He was able to really ferret out a spy really quick that way.
Yeah.
Well, it changed. What we noticed is we played it with 3 different groups. Our little group of 3 guys, and every time was markedly different than the one prior because of how people chose to play the game. So, like, for example, we played with one group that had played it only a couple times, and they were just real loose. I mean, like, real loose, like pointing fingers. Like, there was a couple of them where, like, someone would ask a question, and no, he's a spy. It's like, dude, don't you want to hear what anyone else has to say? You're just going to make an assumption. You think that anyone is going to actually agree with you after one question. Then we played with another group that was much more experienced with the game, and there was a lot of the telegraphing by cryptic. It was more about what they were asking instead of the answer they were getting. They were broadcasting to people that they were in fact innocent instead of trying to figure out if someone was innocent by way of their answer. Did Lance literally just come back and leave again?
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't like us tonight.
But that's why we get to talk.
Yes,
it's
about
true.
him.
Well, no, you're not going to talk too much because I'm here. I'm just going to take his place.
So we've got a question in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's
from
chat.
Speech, who asks for thoughts about Nations, the dice game. Anybody play it? Anybody buy it?
I played 3 rounds. I think it's like 4 rounds. I played rounds of it, and I was really getting into it. I thought The dice mechanic was really cool. To me, it had the feelings somewhat of Roll for the Galaxy, because I've just been freshly playing Roll for the Galaxy, except one aspect I liked, there was more player interaction, because you're fighting for the same stuff in the middle of the table, and I don't know. So it was enough to where I walked away and went and bought the game and then tweeted it out, and I guess that was enough for Keith to say, well, I'm going to go buy the game right now. So, which he did. I don't know, Keith, have you played it?
Marty say game is good. I buy game. I've played it solo. I played a learning player. I played it by myself as a 2-player game to learn it, and then I read the solo rules and played a couple of games like that. It plays quick, boom, 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 boom. Very fast-paced game, at least the way I play it. And it does feel like you're building on something. I like the way you replace your starter garbage dice with better dice, and then the next stage, now you get the better die and another garbage die to build that pool up, and the next stage, okay, I get rid of both those get rid of that garbage die again and get another upgraded die. So that's kind of your building up of your technology as your civilization ages. So the theme is there in the dice game, and then in the last age, there are no more dice to get, and you're just trying to crank points.
Right.
I like it. I think it's a cool little light civ building dice game.
Yeah, I like the knowledge mechanic where you're trying to gather books for the library. I think that's really competitive against other people.
But I don't know that I'd pay MSRP for it like I did.
Yeah.
Out of the gate, the online price where you're paying 66% is probably a better price point for that game, because it is just a handful of dice and some tiles, but just because it plays so quickly, but it's a well-designed game in my opinion.
So what was it, MSRP?
50.
Anybody else play it?
I watched Rodney, Don, and Pete play it, and I walked in like in the middle of it, so I was a little lost on exactly what was going on, but it seemed pretty cool. And then talking to guys afterwards, they said one of them was kind of disappointed that they had Nations in their collection. They really didn't like it, but they did like this one. But if you're looking for something heavy, that's not it, you know.
Right.
And it takes longer to read the rule book than it actually takes to learn to play. I mean, most games are that way, but I mean, you read the rules, you're like, okay, do this, blah blah. But if you sit down and just play it, it's really easy and intuitive to pick up. It's not difficult at all.
Well, Rodney Smith told me today I shouldn't read the rule book and just watch videos anyway. So.
That's right.
Making us illiterate all one at a time. Delmar, you said you liked it better than Roll for the Galaxy?
I said I potentially could. I need to play it a couple more times before I say that, because my beef with Roll for the Galaxy is the lack of player interaction. The only thing you're interacting with other players is seeing what action you can take if they've used that die. After that, you don't even look at anybody else anymore. You just do your own thing. At least here, you're racing against each other for knowledge points and fighting for things on the table that you're going to buy. So there's just a lot more interaction in this game than there is Roll.
Yeah, I only played Roll once, and I was kind of lukewarm about it because of that, the interaction. So maybe I will give this one a try.
I think Roll is a lot more strategic and deeper game than Nations, even though it has less player interaction, kind of.
It has no player interaction.
Yeah.
Roll is a solitaire game.
Well, the player interaction is trying to predict what the other people are going to lead. That's the player interaction for Roll, and trying to bust out extra actions by not leading what you really want, assuming someone else is going to do it, maybe getting hosed. That's where you've got a little bit of player interaction.
Does Nations dice game have because it's obviously rolling dice, so does it have any way that you can manipulate the rolls that you get?
There are reroll tokens.
Like the way you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can get most of the symbols that are on the dice also on chits by buying certain tiles or conquering certain tiles. And then you can get a hold of reroll tokens, which are usually provided by like a great person or a leader, whatever they're called in this game. And so the reroll tokens will let you reroll your dice, if you will. But you can still get to where you can't do what you want. So it's a dice game.
So what were your guys' surprise game of the con?
It's easy for me because I didn't know the game's existence until I got there. We mentioned Rodney Smith, I don't know how many times, one more time, and he's going to appear out of thin air, I think. But he brought a prototype for Vladislavatel's Codenames, which was awesome.
Agreed.
Codenames is a word game, and it's a team-based game. You need at least 4 players to play. You can play with more by putting more people on the field team, if you will. And the basics of how the game works is you lay out cards with a single word on the cards in a 5x5 grid, so 25 cards are out on the board. You've got 2 guys that are kind of the spy masters back at headquarters. And the guys at headquarters have a chart in front of them that they can see on their side of the table, and it's got those 25 squares on it, either red for one team, blue for the other team, black for an assassin, and like yellow for just normal citizens. The spies in the field, their job is to basically bring in the spies from the cold, but you don't want the other spies to know what's going on. So the spy masters will give a single word clue followed by a number, and the guys in the field have to point at what number they think their master's telling them. If they match their team color, then they'll put their marker on it. If they match the other team's color, the other team puts their marker on it and ends the turn. And if they match a citizen, it ends their turn, and you just turn that card over and you know it's a dead card. Or if it hits the assassin, that team instantly loses the game. So you'll have a bunch of cards out on the table, and I may give a clue to my spy in the field, something like shaved 3. And so they're looking at the thing, well, what's he talking about with shaved? Oh, there's a beard. Yeah, I'm going to select beard because you shave a beard. And yeah, that's right, you put a marker on it. And then say, well, what about, oh, there's hospital, and yeah, they shave patients before surgery a lot, so maybe he's thinking hospital. Yeah, you're right, you put it on there. And he's like, I don't see anything else to do with shaving. And his teammate says, could he mean Brazil? And yeah, Brazil, that was the third one. So that's kind of how that game works. You can guess up to 1 over the number that your master told you. So if I say apple 3, I can try to guess 4 if I get the first 3 right by remembering a previous clue that he'd given that I'd kind of pooched the first time.
Mm-hmm. So, and at any time on your turn, you can just say pass. If you just have no idea what he's talking about, you can pass and let the other team go. But it is a head scratcher, especially when you're the spy sitting on that side of the table, trying to connect all these words together with just one word, and it's tough. And the best person that played it off so well was Eric Summer, who had he did this. He did tomato. He said it, and he said 2. Tomato 2. And there was opera on there, so they picked opera and ketchup and got both of them. So you had to be somewhat clever in how you give your clues too.
Yes.
Yeah, you have the rules. It's kind of like a taboo, for lack of a better example. You can't use the word as part of your clue, or part of the word as part of your clue, things like that. That's basically the rules. So it was a great little game.
What about it specifically was it? What specifically about it was that made it so great?
It's just fun. It's fun to sit there and try to give the clues. It's fun to try to figure out what the other guy's thinking. It's weird. It's actually easier playing it as a 4-player game than maybe as a 6-player game, because once you get an extra person on that team, they start talking each other out of the right thing. But in some ways, that's more fun. So
sounds almost like a verbal mysterium.
That's not a bad comparison.
Yeah. But it's just and that's coming from Czech Games. They're planning on releasing, I think, around GenCon, or was it Essen? One of the two.
They were going to try for GenCon, I think he said, but we'll see. If it's there, it's bought. I'm buying it instantly, no doubt about it.
Shouldn't be too expensive either. It's really just a bunch of cards.
Yeah, it's a bunch of cards.
Yeah. Probably one of the.
What game are you talking about?
Code names.
All right. Sorry, I'm fighting with children. So how was the last half hour or so?
It's been going swimmingly well.
They've been doing a good job.
We got people asking about. Oh, a couple people asked about Nations, the dice game, and did you guys address that?
We sure did.
They were asking about that.
Did you get your package okay today?
You know, you pack games better than most online game stores. I'll say that right now there. So you did a good job there, Origins Mule. So thank you very much.
Yes, master. Yes. Good Igor.
Did anybody play
I
Ultimate Warrior?
played Spyfall. He's too soon, man. Too soon. Yeah. Oh, like the Ultimate Warrior. You know, he's no longer with us. That kind of thing.
Yeah. A viewer was asking.
I just. Yeah, I saw that they asked that question too. I'm not, the Ultimate Warrior, man.
I didn't play the game. I don't
wrestler?
think it was out on the demo tape.
Yeah, I didn't play it either.
Yeah, I don't even know
I
what
actually
you're
didn't even
talking
see it.
I looked at it and said, ooh, a 3D ring. Ooh, no, I just don't care. And I just kept walking. So.
Did any of you guys play Epic at all?
I did.
I
Last
did.
day. Did an interview with a guy, with Rob Doherty.
What'd you think?
I think if you like Magic-type games but don't want to spend a ton of money, this is what you want to get.
Did you back it?
Oh, yeah. And I backed it before then, and I did not remove my backing after I played it.
I didn't get to play it, but I had him walk me through how the game works. So
I played a full game with him, and imagine Magic without the build-up of resources. Immediately, you just come out swinging hard, because on your turn, you get 1 gold to spend, and cards either cost 1 or 0. So your biggest, most powerful beast still cost 1. So on that first battle, there could be some big brutes out there fighting. And again, a lot of the keywords and the dynamics feels very Magic-ish, except there's no booster packs, there's nothing to collect. There's 4 factions. You can build decks based around those different factions to work together. It's a good game. In fact, I've talked to several of my other friends here to back it, so we'll get together and play some drafting. You know, there's constructed tournaments and drafting tournaments, so we're going to do that here locally.
I checked the FAQ on the Kickstarter, and they do plan eventually to do digital on that as well. So
Yeah.
it'll be a good game to play until you get the app, and then you'll play it a lot more.
And they are planning on doing digital on Cthulhu Realms also.
Cthulhu Realms? What's that?
Cthulhu Realms.
Don't
What's
mind
that,
me. Don't
Michael
mind me.
Mendez?
I was just saying things. Pay notable attention to the man behind the curtain.
That's all right. Lance left again, so.
Again,
Yeah, I have that effect on him.
You in Hawaii, Michael? What's up with your shirt, man?
I'm always in Hawaii if I can be.
Did you just get done taking glamour shots?
Nice.
No. I did not. I just got done watching Granite Flats.
Magnum PI?
No, not Magnum PI.
No, he has a great stash.
I'm very bad at growing a mustache, so.
Lance, what are you doing?
Showing off my copy of Cthulhu Realms.
That's what it is, right there.
Oh, was this some shameless self-plugging here?
Statement of fact.
And what is Cthulhu Realms for those watching?
Well, Lance has it in his hand, so there's that.
That's what she said.
Here, I'll let you read the rules. Here, you can read the rules. There you go.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, there you go. Just tell me when you want me to turn to the next page. No. No, Michael, you're the entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Tell everybody about your cool game. I'll show off the art while you talk.
I'm trying to make something work first. I still don't have the
the thing that says who I am. Dang it.
You're Michael Mendez. There.
Oh,
We're
we're
done.
supposed to be doing that, aren't we? I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Grand
download
High
it, Mike.
Poobah of Tasty Minstrel Games.
I ordered a
Trying to
game
find a
from
good
him
art picture
recently.
here.
Oh, so Cthulhu Realms is a game that I developed because I played Star Realms and I liked it, but I thought I'd like it more if it was a little different, and I started changing it. And then, yeah, so then after I started changing it, I liked it a whole lot, and I said I should talk to Darwin Castle and see if I can license it. And then we licensed it, so it's coming out.
There you go. That's
Is
the
it a
story.
deck builder game?
Yeah,
When is it coming?
GenCon, yay!
Mm-hmm. Notice the flying cow over here in the.
Yep,
Yeah.
I like that one.
The artwork in this is amazing. Who did the art, by the way?
Rob Lundy.
Cool.
It-
I like it's not it's both Cthulhu-esque art, but it also has a sense of humor. I like the Migo wearing the tie,
Yep.
coming up to the door, knocking on, you know. So it definitely is it isn't a grim and perilous Cthulhu universe, I guess.
Yeah, no, we would be able to do that.
Hey, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
How'd you do that?
I did it for you. So whenever I'm talking, I'll just point like this. So they know that Mikey Mendez of Minstrels of Tastiness, right?
Yep, that's us. I'm gonna look up on the line how to do this.
On the line.
On the line. Get on the super information highway.
There should be an app.
Don't
where you
feel bad.
take
Mine just
pictures
doesn't work.
and you can send it to people on the line.
My bottom third just doesn't work unless if I'm hosting, it doesn't work. If I'm on somebody else's, it does. So
All right. That's weird.
Okay, another highlight of Origins that I was surprised at was Tides of Time from Portal Games.
Yes.
That is a good little two-player game.
That game's crap. Marty beat me in it.
It's a two-player drafting game.
Keith, if you had to
believe it.
decide all games suck by losing, then you wouldn't like anything.
Oh, I'd like everything. No.
Oh.
It's good. Go ahead, Marty.
No, I was going to say it's just a two-player drafting game, 18 cards. You start out with 5 cards, you take a card, pass, play it on the table, and there's 4 suits, and the goal is each one has a different mechanism for collecting points. And after you take all your 5 cards, with whatever's on the table in the front of you, you calculate your points. That's round 1. You get to keep 1 card. Each of you freezes 1 card, discards a card, picks up the rest, draws 2 more, does that for 2 more rounds, out of the points, person with the most points wins. Pretty simple and straightforward, but it's kind of a little brain bender, as in that sometimes there are cards that'll really help you score points, but if you look at your table, your opponent's table, it may help them too, or there may be another one that'll help them more, and you take one that doesn't really help you in order to keep them from getting it. It's a quick little 2-player filler game.
Yeah, Marty hate drafted me to win.
Lance, what was Mike and Mike from the adventure case? What was his name? Dog
Dogmite Games?
Mike Games. I looked at
Dogmite Games, yeah.
I looked at the cases while I was there. They are really nice, beautiful cases there. I was talking to them a little bit.
Beefy.
Yeah, they are. They gave me.
I like mine.
His first game. There's the camera. There it is. But yeah, they were really nice. So were the dice towers and the other dice trays.
Yeah, I think I need to pick up one of their dice towers. They're pretty sweet.
Yeah, I was talking to him a little bit. He says he's like that 500 orders behind or something like that. So the Kickstarter did really well for him.
Uh-oh, Minotaur blood. Here we go.
What?
Barry is drinking a jug of Minotaur blood to heal his body so that he can prepare for an arena fight.
Yes.
You missed out on that whole
That
conversation.
doesn't make any sense. I don't think I missed anything. Robin, you mentioned when we said that we had Mr. Mendez on, you were upset that you didn't get to him. You must have. Do you have questions for Michael?
No, because I didn't know Michael was coming back on tonight. So.
Nice.
I can't remember what I was going to ask.
Neither did I.
So give me a minute, Master. I think what it was I was going to ask.
Michael, where do you get a shirt like that?
I actually got this one in Hawaii. down a side street for like
Nice.
$5. But I had to buy 3, so I
was just
got
gonna
them for $5. It was a deal. They made $15.
I was Goodwill, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you look beautiful.
Thank you. I'm glad to know that the shirt does something.
Well, okay, so
I was going to ask. Go ahead.
it wasn't one of the questions that I had that I was going to ask last time, but I'm going to ask it now because you were just talking about the Cthulhu
Realms. Yep.
How come you decided to go Cthulhu themed?
Because that is what I pitched as a theme that we could make it under. Obviously, space was taken. And then later I was like, hey, how about fantasy? And they're like, well, we're going to do a fantasy thing, so you're stuck with Cthulhu. Okay.
So the theme came first, as it were?
No, the game, yeah.
I mean, the game, well, okay.
We were licensing it from them, so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Am I flopping back and forth?
I don't know. Look down.
Never mind. What? I don't even know what that means.
You look like, I mean, what is this contraption that you have in front of your mouth? It's like a stormtrooper leg armor or something in like some sort of weird candelabra. That's the most sophisticated microphone. I like how your microphone looks like it costs $85,000 and your picture quality looks like you're beaming this from the 80s.
Well,
no
obviously
offense,
the near-death experience did nothing to make Travis nicer.
Look at the microphone; it's ridiculous.
It looks like the handle of a lightsaber, honestly.
Your picture quality is still 25,000 times better than Jason Maxwell's. Whenever the time when he was on the Defenders of the Last Scene, it looked like
he had like 3 screen doors.
Yeah.
he was doing it through.
It looked like his video looked like footage from one of those like world's stupidest criminals TV shows, like this criminal caper thought he was gonna get like it was footage from a gas station from 30 years ago. It was really bad.
Yeah. The I've got whatever's on my Apple, my Macintosh here for video. It doesn't see through my finger though.
Nice.
Coming through loud and clear, and that's what really matters.
Yes, and we did voiceover and stuff for
like,
Kickstarter videos. Audio's got to be good, so I bought a microphone that costs like $150.
Who did it? I was on some show, and I forget who it was, but like we started doing our thing on a Hangout, and then they just immediately said, "Turn off your video. We don't even use the video to save on bandwidth." God, who was that? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, video you can take it or leave
Is that
it.
better?
Look at you. That's all.
There we go.
Yeah.
You
Fair
know
enough.
what's weird is right before you did that, your picture was extremely clear. Is this when you were a body
Nice.
double for Michael J. Fox? That picture? This was you when you were 18 and you were in Back to the Future 3?
No.
Look at you. You're only Marty McFly in this picture.
So, Michael, Eminent Domain Microcosms just shipped to backers. You've got Battle Cruisers up on Kickstarter,
Yep.
and a lot of people talking about M Domain on the Twitter at the moment.
Okay, I must have missed that. But yeah, that's good. What's up? What's the question? Let's see.
It wasn't a question, just giving you the opportunity to plug the Kickstarter.
Check the line, dude.
Battle Cruisers, Eminent Domain Exotica. It's on the Kickstarter. I mean, is anybody even watching this?
Holy crap!
We have a
What's going on
handful
with
of people to watch, and then we.
Look at Keith.
What?
What's up with Keith? I told you this dude was a serial killer. Look at him.
I worry about him.
This isn't a Saw sequel, Keith.
No, I would strongly suggest battle cruisers. I mean, if you like Eminent Domain, I think getting the expansion is a no-brainer. So I'm not really going to go into that just because it's another extension to an already good game. But battle cruisers is like take all those games that you play that like take like 15 minutes to play, like just picking a card and putting it down and trying to figure out and try to guess what the other people are going to play and trying to outthink them, and then apply like a ton of replayability just because of the fact that you get like 45 cards and you only use at most 8 of them in a game, and so you can just play it. You can play it 1,000 different ways. Well, more than that, actually, if you think about it. I suppose it'd be lots of different ways because of the different cards you can pick, and it's just fun. I mean, it's just like, and it's you can teach it in about 5 minutes, and I enjoy battle cruisers. Did Philip bring that to you, or did you reach out to him, or what was it?
Philip
like
brought
you guys
it to
thought
me at GenCon, not last year, but the year before that. And when he brought it, it was just the cards. There was no refresh zone. There were some things that we did as far as development that made it a better structure for the game. Information that exists to make your choice, like the refresh zone, and the initial one discard, so other people don't have the exact same hand. But that's pretty much all that we did, other than tested a whole bunch. And then Phil made like 5 times as many cards after we said, "Yeah, we'll do it." Oh, okay. Now instead of 20 auctions, 10,000.
When he brought it to you, did you have like the theme to put it into the Eminent Domain universe, or was it like did he have it like some just generic theme, or did you?
Yeah, it was generic space theme, so it was easy to make it generic space theme Eminent Domain.
I mean, because when I did my review, I said like it could be anything. I mean, you could make it about pirates or like Cthulhu or anything you really wanted to. You just happen to be space. So okay, so you didn't try to jam space into it. That is what I'm trying to say.
No, he had already jammed space into it.
Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, I missed all the Origins talk. So did they? I mean, did you guys? Was there anything weird about Origins that? The
tables.
Else? I mean, I don't know.
I almost died.
Oh no! Tell us
Nobody
about
cares.
We gotta hear the story again.
Says the guy who called to check on me. Loving Lance. That's what I call Lance. I call him Loving Lance.
That never happened.
That's what I call something else.
More like his name should be Unloved Viking because he has a lot of love to give. Origins was good. It was fun.
Did y'all see the posted numbers on attendance?
I did not. I was wondering if they were up yet, and I had not looked.
Almost 16,000, 5,900, 15,900 and something.
That's like 4,000 more than last year. That's a 33% increase.
Yep.
They managed to grow it.
It felt it too. It felt it.
It was. That's great. I was surprised it jumped that much. That was a big jump for them.
Last year at 8 p.m., the Asmodee booth in Hall D was deserted, and you could just hang out and shoot the bull with them. This year at midnight, it was still packed.
Yep.
So, I mean, it felt a lot more crowded. It felt like it was trying to cosplay as GenCon this year.
What did y'all hear? What I guess there was an issue between WizKids and GenCon to where WizKids moved their World Championship Hero Clicks tournament to Origins.
Yeah, I saw the
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, that was in
There was
OF.
There was a lot of HeroClix players there.
Yes, there were.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, at Origins, you even miss that whole big CCG room that's down at the other end, unless you're into that.
Oh, the magic
I didn't
room.
walk
Yeah.
in there once, and that magic room's huge.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even go down any of the RPG halls at all either.
No, I didn't either.
Oh yeah.
So what changed this year? Because last year Origins got a bit of a bad rep for whatever reason. Attendance was down, and yet this year attendance is all the way up again. So what changed?
Is it maybe? I don't know. I would say it's just the my personal feeling, I guess, would be that it's more of the just the business. I mean, the board gaming and the hobby is growing, and so when you have a
it's
convention
nothing that the
yeah,
Gamma
yeah.
did. They just kind of fell into it. That's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
rude of you.
Well, I'm sure they did
That is
something,
rude of you, Lance.
but I mean,
I think they kind of tanked it 2
jeez.
years ago, and that's where it really went to crap, was 2 years ago. And then last year it started to recover, and I think there was enough recovery last year that people gave it a chance this year, and that brought more people out.
I was flatly told as an exhibitor, do not go there, you will lose money. It is a financial vortex. And that was way not the case for us.
That's good.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
whoa! The first time you told me, like when I was talking to you, you said that you were hoping you to make just back your booth fee, but now all of a sudden you made a bunch of money. Is what you're trying to tell me?
That Friday we sold nothing. On Saturday and Thursday and Sunday we sold we brought 84 games and we walked home with 7, and we sold bundles, $75 bundles to every person but one. So
nice.
I think
math, bro.
Friday's probably the weekday at Origins because
It
everybody
is technically a weekday, Keith. Monday through Friday are weekdays.
shut your mouth.
How many games got stolen from you?
This time, none. I mean, I did some trades. You know what always sucks, Mike? Can I call you Mike? I'm gonna call you.
Whatever.
You know, at
Don't
the
call
end
me
of
Mikey.
the job, the people who volunteer and then they get like a game stipend from working the booth, and then they want to do trades, and then they bring you like some sad game you've never heard of. You know, it'll be like,
Yeah.
hey, do you want Miami Vice, the collectible card game? And you're like, what the hell is this thing? You're like, oh, it just came out a week ago. My friend did it. And they're like, can I trade this for your best game? And you're like, and you don't want to say no, you know.
I have a standard response for that now. It's I don't play games anymore. Talk to these guys.
I
Or
traded
something
away,
like that.
I traded away a game that I did for something I did not want because I felt bad for someone. But I came home with way too many games. I came home with and I stupidly brought games. I was like, oh, I'll bring some games so we can play them in the hotel. Holy crap. Way not smart at all.
Yeah.
My wife was not pleased when I came through the door. I was trying to sneak them into the house, and I got caught. Because there was 5 boxes of full. It was ridiculous.
But it's your job now. It's okay. Just be
I
like,
tell her but it's not, right? It's like these guys that buy games and are like, oh, I'll play this with my wife at some point. It's like, no, dude, you have a problem. You're never going to play this with your wife. Quit saying you're going to play this with your wife and your kids. You're never going to play this with your wife and your kids. I'm that guy. My kid's a year old. She's not playing anything. See, look, the Minotaur blood is working. Barry's leaving.
He's gone.
It was fun, though. I mean, technically I lost $6,000 by ending up in the emergency room.
oh, because you almost died.
Well, yeah, no, seriously, Steve Avery was pitching us 6 games.
It was that bad, huh?
6 games.
Yeah, just come up with a reason.
Well, I'm not going to bore you with the details, but I wasn't feeling well the day before, and then that day, and then suddenly my face went numb. I tried to talk, and I was very Robert De Niro in Awakenings, toward the end of the movie where I was like, "Yeah," like I couldn't enunciate, and my foot went numb, and my arm felt like it was on fire, my left arm, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm having a friggin' stroke or a heart attack. And then like I just started walking to my car to go to the hospital, and Steve Avery and my partner are following me, and I keep hitting my car like unlock button, and I can hear my car, and they couldn't hear my car. So they're like, oh my god, he's thinking he can hear his car. He's probably not even in this parking garage. We're just going to watch him die in this parking garage because he's being stubborn. But I could hear my car. And then they took me to the hospital. I ended up having to stay the night there. I ended up being okay, but I didn't know what happened to me. But that was how I spent Wednesday of Origins, was in the emergency room, which I've never done before. It sucked. It really sucked.
Yeah. That doesn't sound pleasant.
And like none of these guys visited me.
Thinking
Marty,
you're gonna die.
Barry, none of them came and visited.
They
I
said
came and visited you and your damn
only
booth.
family
Leave
could
alone.
visit. So
First thing in the morning, who checked on me? Tom Bassel, not Barry, not Keith.
I
didn't
always
know
like
you were
Lance
on there.
better anyway.
Tom Bassel and his Dick Tracy hat.
Oh,
Checked
thanks,
on me.
buddy.
Well, if you tweet at me or send me a Facebook
I don't
message you're
use
in the
Twitter,
hospital,
man.
send me a
Twitter is
Facebook
like-
message. I'll come see you in the hospital.
Twitter is like Post-its for stupid people. I don't mess with that stuff.
I wasn't even there Wednesday.
Barry, you get out of jail for free.
I didn't know you were in the
I only
hospital.
just met Marty. I was standing next to Marty for half an hour. Didn't realize who he was. So.
I was in Utah, so
Why didn't you go? Why wasn't Tasty Minstrel at Origins?
never been.
No interest?
We'll go next year.
Are you just-
As make mistakes. This year's the first year we made a mistake by not going, I think. So
everybody was asking for you. It's like, I got all this money and TMG's not here. And they walked away sad.
You know, someone actually asked me about you, Michael, while I was at the con. This guy, this game designer, came up to me, and I'm being serious right now. This is not like
Okay,
this is not
that's
a
fine.
joke. This guy brought me a game, and he's like, "This is my game. It's a worker placement game, and what you're trying to do is you're trying to run the most illustrious university, and like you're trying to get graduates and your alumni, and I was like, okay, and I was like, well, I'll be honest with you, the theme's not really what I'm looking for. And I was like, well, what's the hook? Like, what's the mechanic? And the guy, I go, what's different about this worker placement game than other ones? And he said with a straight face, absolutely nothing. Amazing. And then he goes, do you think Tasty Minstrel would be interested in this? And I said, I was like, they're not here.
Well, they don't have an eminent domain worker placement yet. So.
we could have a space university.
I mean, do you want to make college administrative tasks the worker placement game?
I mean, we kind of already did with Ground Floor, right? It's
That's
just
what-
a
well, that's why
slight
he was
retheme.
I think that's why he was asking. Yeah, Ledgerman, the board game. It was weird. So if you get a request from a dude trying to sell you a game about running colleges, it's not my fault.
I won't get it. The other guys will get it.
You gotta you gotta just auto publish it, snap publish it. Ground Floor 2, the college.
Snap publish?
No, I snap publish things like Orleans.
You don't want to make. You could make this Ground Floor 2.
You're right.
It's Ground Floor 2, the prequel, the college years.
Find that one on Board Game Geek. Hey, Michael, I got a question for you.
Okay.
How many times do you play a game before you sign it? Like, I was surprised one guy is like only 4 times, 3 times, something like that. So I'm curious, not developing it, but before you decide to sign it and go from there.
It depends. This is one of the reasons that I have people to filter through this stuff. If it's me, oftentimes it's once.
Okay.
We don't just straight up start publishing it, though. We have to put it through our development process, and that takes a while. But, yeah, a lot of times I play a game and I'm like, yeah, I like this. Let's do it. And that's examples of that are Battle Cruisers and Dungeon Roll and Homesteaders and Terra Prime.
Yeah, I was just that kind of surprised me. Like he was saying, throughout the length of the process, you only play it like 4 times, a couple prototypes, and then the samples of that.
Well, I was gonna say, Michael, I haven't seen one of the games that we played at the Super Secret Subway to play test. I haven't published any of those yet. So,
Yep.
What's up with that? You only bring the crummy games to the Secret Subway?
I don't even remember what games I brought. So there's that.
Fair enough. There's some guy crying right now. There's some guy that you gave his blood and sweat and
yeah.
and
I heard I do that to people. Apparently, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just a function of the quality of the games they show. I guess I don't know. That's really bad of me to say. They work very hard on it, and there's Kickstarter. I use it.
Kickstarter.
What do you use?
Kickstarter. I use Kickstarter.
Are you going to Kickstarter?
Oh, really? I haven't seen
Am I going to Kickstarter what?
Luna.
No.
Luna.
Nope.
This is another game that I
That's
traded
got enough.
for the mode, and now it's coming out again. It's like 5 games this year that I thought would never be reprinted, and it's like I basically should have just went in my backyard and set like 30 games on fire.
What what other games did you get this year that
St. Petersburg
okay.
reprinted.
Yep.
I traded for a copy of Ora et Labora. I do not like that game. I literally asked Zev at Geekway to the West if they were ever reprinting it. He said no, and the next day they announced they were reprinting it. The next day, the first
printing what?
He probably didn't know. How would he know?
Yeah, it's only.
What is
whoa.
That's Sophie's job now, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She's just a spokesperson. Yeah.
It was Sophie's choice, right?
Yeah, he's just the good-looking face of the company.
Mm.
I try to do.
You can tell if he.
Go ahead.
What?
You can tell if Zev likes you because he finally joined Facebook like a day or two ago, or he was on Facebook but he had never really logged in and done anything with it, and he went through the process of accepting friend requests, and so like if you got accepted in the first wave, you're like a good friend of Zev. That's what he said. And who's a good friend? Who has 2 thumbs and is a good friend of Zev? This guy right here.
Who has 2 thumbs and never asked to be his friend? This guy. Certainly didn't search me out, right?
His picture is a really unflattering picture too. He looks like he's about 150 pounds heavier in the picture.
Yeah.
Looks like the dude.
Oh, because you're so devastatingly handsome, Mr. Chance. You over there.
I'm commenting on the
throwing
fact
rocks
that
in
he
your
looks better
dress.
now. Rock biter, take it down a notch. Why don't you go walk around your house for another hour while we talk?
Yeah, it says the picture's from 2012, so maybe he dropped a decent amount of weight.
He lives in Florida now. He's sweating it out. He looks.
Oh, he moved to the land of our people.
He lives in Naples.
I've had enough of him. Now he's all, look at him. Look at his little sad face. He's all gloomy and despondent.
My goal is to die on the Alaboom. For like my stroke to complete itself on the Alaboom.
So is that what happened?
What was the Dick Cavett show? He had a guy. It wasn't live. They were just doing just doing the whatever. But the Dick Cavett was doing an interview, and a guy freaking died of a heart attack right there in front of him.
You're attached to the internet right now. Here, let me see. Dick Cavett, guy died.
That's cheating.
While interviewed. Looks like maybe J.I. Rodale Is that right?
Michael, has anyone ever told you look like what?
Yeah,
You look like Haley Joel Osment as an adult.
What?
he does.
No,
I've said
no.
that to him before, and he thought I was full of it.
No one has ever told me that.
Why don't you make
Ever.
a,
No, he does.
Michael?
He totally does.
Michael, you should make a documentary about yourself called The D6th Sense.
He was just in a show too.
we got it.
Haley Joel Osment. He was. Oh, he had a part in. No. None of you guys.
No.
You have a picture
Yeah,
of
it is. There it is. It's him. We totally gotta get him. It's like he's there. It's like he's still there.
He's still there. He didn't walk off screen.
Yeah, he's just his hair grew out a little bit, but
Give him some highlights.
Oh my God.
so is this back in your surfer days there, Michael? Michael, are you there?
It's like looking into a
Michael?
mirror.
Yeah, I know. I mean, guys, we need to check on Michael. He's stroked out. He's not moving.
I feel my stroke powers.
He put on that wig and a different shirt, and now he's.
No.
Oh no, Michael! You become a spreadsheet.
that picture is horrible.
Oh,
I do not look like that
posing
guy.
a new tweet. It was a spinning image.
Holy crap.
Oh, I'm totally tweeting it right now.
Michael, do you think if you touched Haley Joel Osment, it would be like in Time Cop and you two would just dissolve?
You both dissolve into each other. Was there any chance? Was there any chance that you were separated from a twin when you were born?
No.
What would you do if you found out in your genealogy that he was your grandfather somehow?
Well, I'm 15 years older than him or something.
Well, I know.
I was 20 when Sixth Sense come out or something.
So
wait, so does that mean when you were 15, did you get friendly with a lady? Perhaps maybe like your son.
No.
Or when you were younger?
No.
Maybe you should be. You might be able to get some bang.
the chat are wanting you to say, I see dead people.
Not happening.
Good God, that was so funny.
That's good.
I see.
The thing is, I've said that to him before, and he was and he pretended like he didn't know who it
No,
was.
I've never heard that.
Haley
I
Joel
have never heard that except apparently from Lance, and I blocked it out. Who I actually look like is, what's his bucket? The guy who married Courtney Cox.
David Arquette.
David Arquette.
That poor retarded so-and-so. That
Yes.
guy. You don't look
Oh,
like
that guy that sleeps
Yeah,
on a bed
Courtney
full of
Arquette.
money every night. What a
Doesn't that
poor
go-
guy that is.
Yeah,
$20 said
he
that
got to
guy
marry
is
Courtney
like
Cox, poor
Man's
bastard.
PetSmart right now or something.
No, he was producing her show.
David Arquette, the most worthless of all.
Hey. Hey, David Arquette, former WCW World Heavyweight Champion.
I
David.
was gonna say Lance hasn't started to give us extensively long backgrounds on things like the cultivation of wheat in Portland or Oregon or.
Oh Jesus! Just shut your mouth. No, back when WCW, right before they basically vanished, they made the incredibly poor decision to have this giant cage match, which had a cage on top of a cage on top of a cage, and they had David Arquette and Eric Bischoff, who was the commissioner of WCW, and Diamond Dallas Page, I think, Booker T, if I remember correctly. I don't remember everybody, but anyway, there was like this big tag team free for all match, or whatever, and like anybody could be the winner or whatever. And I think if I remember correctly, Sting came out of the rafters like he is wont to do, and he knocked out like DDP or something with his bat, and then he put David Arquette on top of him. And then 1, 2, 3, and then David Arquette for like a couple of weeks was WCW World Heavyweight Champion, which was incredibly dumb. But that was back when I watched wrestling. So you shut up, Michael. Give me some background to the illustrious championships of WCW.
Yep. See, you had to keep that in your brain,
that's fine.
and I just learned that on Wikipedia.
You actually looked up Arquette?
Yeah, and so maybe David Arquette is Haley Joel Osment's grandfather, and maybe he's my dad. That could be.
Yeah, no, you do not look like David Arquette. You look like Haley Joel Osment. I'm sorry.
I used to. Oh well.
When
I was younger. When he was younger. When he was younger. And better looking.
if he looked like you do now, is that what you're trying to get at? Like
something like that. There you go. Here we go. Oh God! How do I share screen here?
Left hand.
There's a
pop out screen share. Green arrow.
Screen share. Boom. There it is. That's what I'm talking about.
Nope.
There, that looks like you, right there.
On a related note.
What?
This is probably my last Alaboom.
No, stop.
If I like to put the bottom third on that.
It's just what? Your hair is so wavy, though. I mean, it's just how do you? It is uncanny. All right, we'll turn screen share off. Oh, no, good for you though. What was Bruce Willis like? I mean, was he easy to work with?
We've gone so far off the rails again.
What else is there, Keith?
Was he?
You notice we held pretty well on topic until a certain point.
We even had show notes
do you
this
think?
time.
Do you think that M. Night, is he a one-trick pony? Does he have any more tricks up his sleeve, or?
What are you talking about? He's had several films.
Well, he's had several films, but he hasn't had anything good forever.
Oh well.
I mean, he hasn't had a decent film. I mean,
maybe he declared himself a winner and just was like, y'all sit back and chill on my $100 million for a while, and I'll come back and totally blow people's minds. Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, Signs was his last movie that showed any sort of decent anything.
M. Night
and then the rest of it's just...
Let's see.
Yeah. He's got that Wayward Pines show though that people are saying is really good.
Horrible.
It's on like Hulu or something. Really?
Super boring.
Horrible.
There was another.
Super boring.
There was a twist in this one. He gave the twist away in the first episode.
What a twist! All right, so I was going to ask you. So GenCon is approximately a month and a half away.
48
6
days.
weeks.
So who here is going to Con?
Me.
I think we're all going to. Well, not Robin. Robin's like.
Okay,
Robin's
who's
the odd
going
man
to
out.
Essen?
Robin's
But-
on the watch
Who's
list.
going
Hey,
to
who's going
Essen?
to Essen? Yeah, me.
Okay, who's going to Tokyo
Nobody cares
Game
about Essen.
Market? Me. Okay.
Barry's not able to go.
Barry, you
It's-
can't go to GenCon?
It's highly unlikely. Yeah, it's just not in the budget.
Well, make it part of the budget, man.
Can't do that without a
GenCon's
job.
overrated.
You know.
I like to go there
Gen
and sell
Con-
stuff.
Yeah. I like what I like what Gen Con is. I like going there and then spending like the first Thursday stinks because you have to race around and get everything that you came there to get. But
Don't you
then,
like contact him in
what?
advance and be like, "I'm Lance. Set aside a copy for me, and I'll take it for free." And then I'll.
well, yeah,
I'm Santa Lance. Fill up my bag of toys.
No, I
You need to impersonate.
I
Tom
have to
Vassell more,
purchase
man.
quite a few things.
What you need to
Yeah.
do is
So-
shave and cut your hair,
F you.
and then just be like, "Hi, I'm Tom." Because you know what? People
No.
will mistake you for Tom.
My wife calls him Bearded Vassal.
The bearded
Facebook
Vassal.
said he was Tom. So
I have the utmost respect for Mr. Vassal, but I am not him. So,
Do you
no,
play
what
him
was I
on
going
a
to say?
television?
No, I mean, because Thursday is like usually super busy or whatever, and you're like
Thursday's shocking.
racing around. Yeah, easily. And so Thursday you kind of you race around and get all the stuff that you're looking for, get it back to the hotel room, and then but then the cool thing after that is then you just kind of relax and enjoy your time. And like the other days, then like on like Friday you can just hang out at like the TMG booth all day long and BS with people. So.
Yeah, because we don't have anything
And-
to do.
this year, now I know what I'm going to do this year is I'm going to get a Haley Joel Osment cutout to put in the
Are
booth.
you? Hey, Mikey, are you over in the Family Fun Pavilion again this year?
I have no idea where we are.
You were
Probably
over by us last year.
Managed because we decided to have less booth space. Because you know what? We'll bring people to our booth by marketing to them on the internet, and we don't need more space. We just need to be able to take money. Because people like us.
We got. Well, that's okay.
Check that out. Wow, that's awesome.
We got a bigger booth this year. We got a 10 by 20 this year.
Okay, yeah, that's the same size we have now this year.
Yeah, it's we were like catty corner to you last year.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know. We might be over there again.
Yep, you guys are by the Family Fun Pavilion, just up from Yellow.
Me?
Yep.
Oh, hey, basically the same place.
Yeah, you're close to where they've got the training grounds, whatever the hell that is. So, toward the
that-
back on the left.
Hopefully that's some boffer weapons, and I can go beat on some little kids.
Yeah. You got to look
Or
at
big kids, even better.
You got
Oh,
an L-shaped thing.
Let's back up here with our word usage here. I'm gonna go beat up on some kids. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't hear that. I didn't throw an off in there somewhere. So
No, you did not hear such a thing.
okay, cool. I mean, it's just is anybody like? I mean, there haven't really been any big statements as far as like like releases. I mean, there's like there's a little bit of information out there that's being mentioned as far as games that are being released at Gen Con. But is anybody got anything they're looking forward to or that they're?
I'll pick up Rattle Battle, grab the loot from Portal, as well as their Imperial Settlers expansion and the Tides of Time that Marty was talking about earlier.
Yeah, those are three things I'm looking at too.
Mysterium, assuming that hits from Asmodee.
I heard that isn't.
Is it not now?
Or if it, I heard that it isn't. It's going to be like November or something like that.
I guess I can't cry too
They
much.
haven't
I
been
have
able
the
to
damn thing,
manufacture that yet It can. I played it at BGGCon.
They're doing new art though, so
Oh, it's totally different.
Yeah,
There's like
all new art.
three-dimensional clock that keeps track of the rounds, and there's like a screen that holds cards for the ghost. And
Okay, that's weird.
yeah.
I heard Flip City and Cthulhu Realms are going to be hot.
Oh, will those be there?
Yeah.
So that stuff I can bypass. No, I've already pre-ordered Flip City, so
Yeah, you should have that soon.
You know,
depending on when you ordered.
I
Some
played.
people can't pre-order.
I just played 3 games. I played 3 games of Flip City just the other day, actually. I like it a great deal, but I wanted to ask you something, Mr. Mendez. I mean, obviously there's more cards that are supposedly theoretically going to come out for it. Yes.
Flip City,
Yes?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean.
Yeah.
Well,
That'll
here's.
be more
I'm not.
cards,
I'm not. I'm not trashing on your game.
Yep.
Haley, calm down. It seemed to me that, and maybe it's just because I've only played it as many times as I have, that the big thing that you want to do is you want to get your residential areas flipped over to apartments. So
The game is so
they
deep.
don't force you to draw more cards.
The game is
Well,
ridiculously
but
deep.
after I started doing that, then I started winning like every single time. Like that was my whole focus, was just the first thing. I didn't care about anything but moving my residential areas and flipping them over to. So if you've played it as many times as you have,
About 70.
okay. So, did you give a copy to Bruce Willis? What do you think? No, when you flip, because so I get flipped over, right? And so then I don't have that stuff to deal with, and then I have a more manageable deck, and at that point then you can kind of branch off and you can do your thing. Are you going to go for hospitals or churches or whatever, and you're going to build your and what direction your deck's going to go, but. That first step, it just seems like that should be really the only thing you should be concerned about. I mean,
Is upgrading your residential
I don't know.
areas?
Maybe I'm wrong.
You mean upgrading the residential areas? I often do not upgrade residential areas, and I win plenty doing that. So there's that.
Well, yeah, but you haven't played against me, though.
Yeah. I probably invented whatever you're doing that you think is awesome.
Oh. Okay.
On my own. It doesn't mean you didn't invent it and it's awesome either.
Well, no, I mean, I could very well, be wrong. I'm just trying to, point out the fact that, I'm not saying that there isn't there's probably something where I need to buy enough of it, I guess, to understand it better than what I'm doing right now. And explain it a lot better than how I'm explaining it right now.
No, I understand what you're saying. I think maybe.
Nice. I did play Flip Up today, which you have to make really certain when you say flick 'em up, you're not saying anything bad.
Yeah, I'm
But
surprised
yeah,
they
I played a game of that.
I'm surprised
What
they
else
didn't put the
did you
logo
play?
in, not capitals.
Wait, what?
Well, yeah, because you just flick up is a dexterity game that is massively overproduced.
yeah,
It comes in a wooden box, which why isn't that wooden box with all the really pretty artwork and everything? I don't get why they did that.
Apparently, they're going to do that with all
there a
the
purpose?
games from Pretzel Games. All Pretzel Games' games are going to be in wooden boxes with wooden components, according to their website.
And what game is this?
Flip them up.
Flick up.
Flick 'em up.
Flick.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure that I don't say anything bad. It's fun. It's very, very. I think it's one of those games where, because, admittedly, you don't have to do this, but they have a very specific way that you're allowed to flick your things. If you are told to, you can't do the this, brace your finger against your thumb to get extra force. You have to actually, you just basically have to just do one finger, and just and move it without, and so it has little cool things you can do with the cowboys and whatever, but all the stuff you're supposed to shoot. You have these little discs that are about the size of my thumbnail that are your bullets. And then you put them on there, and you put them next to. They have to be within one of those disc lengths from your cowboy that you're shooting with, and then you flick with that. And I know they do that purposely to shorten the amount of space, so it's tough to get your finger down there and do what you want to do with it. So I understand that's the reason why, but man, every time I'm shooting, I'm knocking my cowboy over, and then you got to pick him up, or I'm knocking over a house that I'm nearby, or anything like that. And it's just, I don't know, that part of it I could definitely do without, but that's just my opinion. But like I said, it is fun, and I $70.
$70
for a massively. $60 for a massively overproduced
game. It's heavy.
$70 dexterity game.
Yeah, it's overpriced, but
yeah,
you get a lot in there.
Hey, Eminent Domain doesn't have a dexterity theme yet, does it?
No, sure.
There you go.
The next expansion.
Well, if we could get in Ascending Empires.
Well, if we take the cowboy hats off and flick them up, they'll turn into aliens. So.
Eminent Domain.
Are you talking about getting Ascending Empires? Oh, time out. Back up. What? Throw it in Ascending Empires. First of all, that game could have been great. Could have been great. But they needed to go with a pretzel board or a puzzle board. For the board, and not a folding board, because that made the dexterity part effing useless, because you would hit the lip of the fold,
right,
and your shot would just go crazy and stupid,
right.
But is that something you're actually trying to do, or is it just?
No, I just said that.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying Eminent Domain could have a dexterity game right there.
It's been out of print for how long? I bet it's been out 2011. So I bought that one sight unseen, and it was just an interesting idea.
We're waiting for Travis to trade for it.
We're waiting for
there you go.
For Travis to trade for it.
I was very impressed with the idea behind it, and it was definitely a cool take. But yeah, man, that board was just not good, and they knew too. They knew. Because Dev put it out there, and he knew it wasn't going to work well, and then then they dropped it, and then they moved on.
Well, we're not doing it either.
That's my humble. That son of a. No, that's fine.
What?
Someday, because it was like I said, it was a great idea, but
the game is
unfortunately it just didn't work. Hey, did anybody, if you were at the Origins, did you guys check out the new version of Catacombs?
Nope.
I did go look at it.
I know they said. Does it look nice?
The artwork was pretty cool. Otherwise, it was just a big bunch of discs on the table. So, discs.
I really enjoy Catacombs. What is going on? I enjoyed Catacombs. I thought the game was fun. So.
They had
and did they just?
Did they just what?
What? No, you trailed off there.
So I've never seen the original version.
I just
so
want
I
to know
don't
the artist. Now I'm gonna talk over you now. The artist, I mean, Senji or whatever his name is. He's done art on a few other things and they look really nice. And so I was just, and it looks like it's gonna look nice. I don't know if they changed up any of the gameplay for it though.
Yeah, that's why I can't tell because I've never seen the original. So, I mean, they had big discs and little bitty discs and all that stuff going on. And you flick them.
What? What is your problem? Haley!
And there's a barrier that goes around it so you don't flick your discs onto the floor. So.
Just play Crokinole. It's the best flicking game. Why? Just play Crokinole. Enough.
I'm sorry, that's the best flicking game.
The best flicking game.
I don't know. I like the idea of playing a D&D game, but with the dexterities. So there you go. So there. I have a Crokinole board. I play it.
Hi, Strongbad. You like techno at all? If you do, what kind? Silent J. Oh, very clever. Well, it's not really my style, but I heard a techno song one time that went like, doom, 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 doom. And then the sound part came in and it was like, and then there's always some kind of high-pitched noise, you know, or like a siren that's like, and of course they have to put in the obligatory old movie quote from sci-fi movies like, the system is down, the system is down, the system is down, the system is down,
here's the funny thing about the Strong Bad Homestar Runner stuff. They kind of hit their like heyday like 10 years ago, right? They were like the thing on the internet for a while. And they were approached by Cartoon Network. They offered to them, they backed up the truck to their house, the truck full of money, and they tried to get them to like make a cartoon, and they turned them down, and probably I don't know why. They thought maybe they could just do their own thing, and to this day I often wonder, if they had they might have been like the next like South Park kind of thing, just and really successful, but nothing better than Trogdor, baby. Trogdor.
The Burninator.
Yes,
Burninate the countryside. And they burnate all the people in their thatched roof cottages.
Why did Marty not come back? He said he had a bad connection and he was coming back.
Maybe he's still got a bad connection. Maybe they closed down the room at the old folks' home.
Or maybe he was tired.
Maybe he was worried we were going to finally start talking Game of Thrones, and then people.
Hey, Lance, before you talk Game of Thrones.
He wouldn't have anything to add.
What? Game of Thrones?
No, wait. Before you go Game of Thrones, I've got to mention a new series on Netflix, which I've been watching. I've just finished it last night. Watched it back to back over the last three evenings.
Wow.
Sensate. It's amazing. Sensate on Netflix.
I heard it was horrible.
No, it's amazing. It's such a cool idea, such a cool premise, and they address some really they address some issues in it, which they do in a really cool way, I think. It's by the Wachowskis and J. Michael Straczynski, who was the guy behind Babylon 5, and which I guess was a series that divided sci-fi fans. And he also did a lot of comics, Spider-Man.
Rising Stars. You're not going to say
Rising Stars. Rising Stars, of course, are fantastic Rising Stars. And in fact, that's what this series most reminds me of his work. Is Rising Stars.
Rising Stars fell apart. Like
it did.
It had a great beginning. It completely fell apart.
You completely fell apart.
Oh, good one.
I really, really enjoyed that series. I thought it was great, and I couldn't put it. It was one of those, you know, when you get into a really good book and you can't put it down. That series did that for me. Watching it.
I thought it was on Netflix.
It is Netflix. Did I?
So you were reading it off of Netflix?
No, I'm saying when you have a good book, you can't put it down.
I know. I'm just messing with you. Oh, fuck.
All right.
Rolling. I'm just.
Anybody have anything else about GenCon that they wanted to say?
You guys should start talking about Game of Thrones so I can troll you.
That's fine.
I got a question for you. What are your guys' favorite cons?
Right now or ever?
What is your Con Noonan Singh. Con Noonan Singh is number one. Then we're gonna go with Genghis Khan, easily. Genghis Khan.
Kubla.
And then we're gonna go with Bing, a great con in that.
Oh wait, Madeline has to fall in somewhere.
Well, Madeline is a strong 5th or 6th, I'm guessing. You know, she was, she was great. You know, she was great in a lot of movies. You know, like Clue, things like that. Let me see here. To answer your question honestly, GenCon is my favorite convention, just mostly because of the sheer spectacle. I'm really excited to bring my wife to it.
I'm excited.
Yeah, whatever. True story. My wife was like, I was talking about, like, I was trying to answer an email it sent me about, reviewing a game or whatever. And my wife and it was one of the rare times my wife was driving and I was like on my phone, and she was just like, you could, what are you doing? I was like, I'm writing an email, and she was like, oh, it's like, oh, you're so important, and I was just like, I gotta get this sent. I'm sorry, and then we got to where we were going. We were going to go grocery shopping, and we were in there, and and she was just kind of annoyed or whatever. And after about we're in the grocery store for less than 5 minutes, and some guy randomly walks up to me, and he's like, "Hey, you're the undead Viking." And I was just like, yeah." And my wife just angrily stalked off. He's like, "Oh, I really love all your videos, yada yada yada." So because she was like, "Oh, you're so important," and I was like, I said I'm not that important, but in this really weird, strange, small microcosm,
yep.
I'm kind of Microcosm, a game by.
I heard it. I opted out of saying that.
Yeah, but no, but then she was embarrassed. She was mad that all of a sudden this random guy, which never happens in my hometown. I mean, honestly, it's like the gamers, the board gamers that live in where I live. I mean, I know all of them. I mean, because they all go to the same local game store because we only have one, and so everybody knows everybody. So to have one,
that's where all gamers go, is the local store.
Well, they do this place because he has open gaming every Saturday, and that's where everybody goes to play all. And then he has 20% off all of his board games.
Okay,
on that day too. So, yeah. So, but yeah, GenCon, basically, so I can see all my old friends, and the fact that we keep Robin out of there is kind of nice. It's a nice thing that we do there. No Estonians, I think, is the rule.
Who are you calling old, Lance?
Well, I'm not the descriptor isn't the same thing. I'm not saying they're old that they're friends, unless they're Marty. But if I'm just talking about friends that I've had for a while. Okay. And then after that, Con of the North, which is a convention that's held in Minneapolis, St. Paul, that I run the board game for them, and I've been doing that now for about 8 years. And so then that's kind of a fun thing that I do every year. And then after that, Man, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it'll go to BGGCon, but I've never been. I'm going to that for the first time ever in November. So
You'll like it. I won't be there.
That con is fun, but man, oh man, as an exhibitor, it's like God is taking a flamethrower to your wallet in terms of daily expenses. We tried staying like outside of the airport hotel, and it's just annoying. Have you ever driven there, Michael, where like your GPS doesn't understand if you're on a frontage road or you're on the interstate?
I have driven with friends there, yeah.
Like, turn left, exit now, turn left, exit now, turn left, exit now.
Make a U-turn. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no good.
My favorite con is 3-Card Monte. I always thought that's kind of fun.
What about you, Keith?
Somebody has to win, right?
For me, for buying games and seeing the most people that I know online, GenCon, but points against it for the overcrowd.
GenCon is like, you can't enjoy
Well, I
it.
think you just like to complain.
When you're an exhibitor, you don't enjoy GenCon is like a friggin' like they just announced a meteor is going to hit the planet, and the only thing that will save you and your family is buying a bunch of games. It's ridiculous. It's like your voice is gone. You can't. Yeah, well, yeah, it's awesome, but it's exhausting, right? I mean, this was like last year was our first year we did it, and we thought we'd sell like 50 games. We sold like 300 games. So we were way under. We brought like 350 games. We were way underprepared for what we experienced. So
yeah, we sold a couple of years ago. We sold, I think, 1,600 or something like that dungeon roll. It was awesome.
I remember that the giant pyramid of dungeon roll.
Yep. And the giant wads of cash.
how do you really feel?
Fat stacks of cash.
Yeah.
And Robin, you said Essen is the only one you went to?
Yeah, I can't. My favorite is Essen. I've only ever been to Essen.
That's the snobby European one?
I was supposed to go to UK Games Expo this year, but couldn't. So plans to go there next year.
I saw Ignacy post about that. He was like, had a lot of fun. Only 12 other exhibitors made a fortune.
UK Games Expo?
Yeah, there really aren't that many exhibitors there. I mean, because the games industry in the UK on the whole is really tiny. There aren't that many publishers in the UK. And so there would never be that many unless the big companies started coming over. And I guess they don't see any need to. I think people like Fancy Flight have a booth there. Well, they certainly have representatives there.
We're like upping our con schedule. Like we doubled it this year, and we're considering doubling it again. Because, not to sound braggy, we've never lost money at a show. Every time we go to a show, we're surprised. We only have one game.
Except for BGG.
BGG-Con, we lost a couple $100 because we didn't do per diems, and we took people, and we had 2 hotel rooms, and we were walking around playing Johnny Millionaire, buying like $9 coffees at the Starbucks in the lobby. So, and that was our fault. So, if we would have been smart, we would not have encountered that problem.
Right.
So let me ask you two guys, Michael and Travis, something. A lot of the companies at Essen, they do pre-orders. Especially American companies, I guess, because it helps shipping-wise, knowing what roughly figures what to bring. Yeah, but I guess you don't do that for or don't do that as much in the States. But does pre-ordering help? Is there advantages to it or disadvantages to it?
There's certainly a disadvantage of tracking it and making sure you hold on to copies for the people who pre-ordered and all of that. Yeah. I don't know. We haven't done it. It'd probably be a good thing to do.
What say you, Travis?
We didn't do pre-orders. We did do GenCon pickup.
and GenCon pickup was good because we obviously saved money on shipping, but at the same time we were so overwhelmed that, like I said, we had like 4 people in our booth, and it was like the second the doors opened on Thursday, our booth was like swamped, and it was basically that way through the entire con until the con ended. We did not get the amount of we ended up replicating some of our orders by accident. So we had like 6 or 7 instances where we accidentally gave people something, and then the people in our booth didn't mark off that they picked up their game, so then we shipped them the game. In which 2 instances, 2 people, 1 person did not reply. 5 of them did reply, and that's how I met one of my really good. I met one of the guys, got a hold of me. He's like, "Hey, you sent me a game." And he's like, "I'd like to return it to you. I live here in the same city as you. Where do you live?" And I gave him my address, and he's like, "I live 3 doors down from you." And ever since, I've actually been really good friends with him and his family. So that was actually a pretty neat little weird twist of fate. Another dude I got a hold of, and I was like, "Hey, I know who you are. I've met you before. We sent you an extra copy of the game. Can you have it?" And he was like, "I'm just going to be straight up with you. I totally sold it on eBay for $100. And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "What do you want me to do?" And I'm like, "Go to church. I don't really know what I can do at this point. Like, we're completely out of stock, and you're profiting on it." So I don't know. We've never done pre-orders, to answer your question, Robin, but we have done GenCon pickup, and that was helpful.
And speaking of which, here's a big pro for doing something like that, is that you have people that show up on Thursday, and they might just be picking something up, but you look like you're really busy. There's something super awesome there, and you'll get people to show up, and they're like, "Oh, a line! I'm gonna stand in it, and when I get to the end, I'm gonna pay someone money and get a game."
We'll have one new game.
Here, wait a minute. I have a question. Let me ask this.
Everyone wait. Lance has a question.
Yes. No, I have a Gen Con question for Travis, and then Michael can answer as well. So you just done with your Kickstarter for the expansion for Heroes Wanted, whatever, right? And so now, how far along is that anyway in production?
It's on a boat. It left today, so it should be. We plan. What we've done the last 2 years is plan around Gen Con being the debut. We hit some snafus last year, so we literally got our games the Wednesday of Gen Con, so the next day. So they were delivered to a pharmacy parking lot because they couldn't get into Nick's neighborhood, and we had to take 5 carloads that equaled I think it was like roughly 1.5 tons of games, and cart them to Nick's house and then down to Gen Con. So we have planned this.
Okay, well,
we planned this expansion around that as well. So we will have the Stuff of Legend expansion. Unless we get stuck in customs for a month or something, we should have it for Gen Con. Hopefully we'll have it for Gen Con.
Good, that's smart.
All right, so that was way more info than I wanted. Thank you anyway.
Wow.
Here's
never covered that up front before.
If you told your backers that they would get the games first before selling them at Gen Con, but you're unable to do so, would you still sell the game at Gen Con just to make some money?
We did.
God!
And we did. You have to.
Everyone.
You have to make the right choice for you at that time, right? So if Tasty Minstrel was in that situation today, we would not. But if we were in that situation again, Eminent Domain, rewind that many years ago, probably would.
I mean, we basically, if we would not have done that, we would have lost tens of thousands of dollars in sales.
Well,
and sales momentum. and exposure.
I mean,
And it would be in a totally different situation than you are now.
Yeah, we sold out in distribution. Like, it was just like a string of good stuff for us. It was we did really well at Gen Con. We were like the #1 game for 3 of the 4 days on the Gen Con Buzz feed, but that was only because we were within spitting distance of the booth. So some people, like, we were like doing the live podcast thing or whatever, the live feed showing off the game, and I looked up and I was like, whoa, we're #4. That's weird. And then someone comes over and they're like, oh, hey, what is this game? You guys are #1 over on the list. And I was like, what the crap? And then it just became people would come to our booth because we were #1, and then they would walk over and vote for us again, or they had voted for us, which then propelled more people to come to our booth. So it was more a case of proximity than us being, the coolest game under the sun. But it was obviously helpful. Then Tom Vassell gave us a thumbs up, and that helped us. And then we sold out in distribution in an hour, like oversold actually. They had to short allocate to stores. Yeah. And so I don't think if we would not have had the game, we would have paid $2,500 for a booth to just sit there and do nothing.
And then not have all that stuff happen afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, all those things led up to us being able to do this as a job. So, like, I mean, we planned this time to, like, we uploaded files 3 days after the Kickstarter ended in March, whereas before it took us 6 weeks to upload. Yep. So this time we were much faster. But, you never know. Like, last time there was typhoon avoidance weather, and they had to, like, port somewhere in the South Pacific for 3 days, so we lost time. And then there was the whole stevedore strike thing last year, which I believe is still somewhat ongoing, but it's not as severe as it was. Even on our reprint, we got held for 3 weeks in customs, and we didn't get our. I don't know if this ever happened to you, Michael. We didn't get
X-ray?
our game. What's that?
Did they VACUS X-ray you?
Oh yeah, and charged us $2,700 for it.
Yep. Yeah, I've had that happen.
Sorry, I'm reading your comment here.
Okay.
So what happened was the games we planned to have our games be into distribution at the end of the year in December, and they didn't end up getting out of hock until January. So then we had to pay taxes on the inventory as though it was profits. So we had to pay, like, tens of thousands of dollars extra for stupid tax. So we had, like, budgeted around this, and we dealt really closely with our accountant, and then ended up being like a pretty big tax. And it's fine because we were going to pay those taxes anyway. But obviously, you want to try to push your profits out into the next year.
Well, the cash flow situation is pretty serious. So if you're paying taxes on that, it's whatever, $20,000 out because of the amount that was earned and the marginal tax. Exactly.
I'm sorry. Did anybody else fall asleep there for a few minutes?
Started, Lance.
Why don't you regale us with a story about how ice skating was allowed in Chechnya in the 1920s for the first time when...
the problem is that the whole purpose behind that comment was just to goad Mendez a little bit, and then you just actually, like, decided to actually have a discussion about it. So it just kind of didn't work out how I was planning, I guess.
No, so you just made Travis my friend.
Oh,
so there you have it.
There you go. We're buddies now.
He made the same incorrect, you're screwed choice either way.
We had, like,
I still remember back in the day when that happened. I still remember, and I'm not going to name names here, but I remember when the whole eminent domain thing was happening, and a board game reviewer who I will not mention, who by name, was at Gen Con, and he when he found out that, like, the game, because he had backed it, and he said to me in no uncertain terms that there is no chance that Michael Mendez will not give me my copy of the game. He was like, I'm leaving GenCon with a copy. There's no chance he will be my copy that I backed it for, and then he left without one. And even though he told me that there was no chance that was going to happen, so I still giggle a little bit about that. So.
Yeah.
Because apparently, then I was like, God, Michael is just this guy must be just a total hard ass, you know. I mean, just wouldn't give this guy a thing. Yeah, that's what I hadn't met you yet. I exchanged.
I make some decisions and I don't budge on them, right? If we have stuff and there's like, 700 people want to pick it up, or 100 people want to pick it up. We've got 128 copies. And we got to track all that? Not happening. Plus, we need to sell them.
Well, we managed to do that. We managed to
I was like,
copies that we could give them to the backers. And it was funny because the person that bitched the absolute most on Kickstarter, just unmercifully gave us hell for it, was literally there at the booth the first 5 minutes within the door opening, getting his copy of the game, shaking our hand and telling us, thanks so much for letting him get his game a couple weeks early. But he wanted to publicly, shame us and make us look terrible in the entitled Kickstarter way. Like they should just say that, like, whenever you pledge, it's like, for $25 you will get this game and also have an audience of potentially thousands of people that you can coerce through emotional blackmail.
Well, no, I mean, the thing was, it was like, I had this image that Michael was like I said, giving me this total hard ass, and then I met him at GenCon, and here's Haley Joel Osment talking to me, and just
I think dead people.
Yeah, he always telling me that he sees dead people, and he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and I was like, this guy.
He says, "I see pre-orders." Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I see profits.
I see successful Kickstarter money.
Kickstarters are crazy.
All right. Well, I promised. I'm sure there might be like 3 people out there that actually want to hear us talk about Thrones.
On YouTube, it says there are 10 people watching, and I'm pretty sure I count as one of them.
I think we count as 5 of them, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into Game of Thrones. Yay.
Okay, Chris Beach said, "Will there ever be a dungeon roll expansion that makes it fun?"
I know, I saw that. I decided not to answer.
Oh, Chris.
Well, it just means that it's not a game for you, probably.
Chris Darden is such a nice guy.
He is.
Very nice guy. I met him for the first time a couple of weeks ago.
At Geekway, probably, right?
Yeah. He's a local. He's a very cool guy. That con is, by the way, Michael, if you want to do a small con, that con is way worth doing.
Yeah, I would expect so. I'm waiting to be asked as a super special guest, yeah.
Featuring Haley Joel Osment this year.
Featuring Haley Joel, you should just do as Haley Joel Osment. Grow your hair out a little bit, and then you can just go there and then Haley Joel Osment will be here to discuss. And you can just stuff up. You can just be like, so what was it like working with M. Night? Oh, the man's brilliant, and he took me under my wing.
You should do, Michael.
Haley Joel Osment.
He showed me things I could have never understood.
Dress up as Haley Joel Osment and then go up to Rich Sommer, or whatever his name is, the guy from Mad Men that always goes to BGG-Con, and just start talking to him as Haley Joel Osment.
As Haley Joel Osment, yeah.
I don't think Rich would think that was funny, because he knows me.
Aww.
We're friends, so what are we going to do? That's not going to work.
All right, so we're talking about...
All right. Well, maybe for a little bit anyway. So, who here actually watches the show?
I watch it, but I haven't read the books.
Is there anybody that doesn't watch the show?
Me.
Yeah, because that's important. So, Michael, have you read the books at all?
Nope.
So you don't read the books and you haven't watched the show.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. Okay.
I will use the power of the internet. The power of the internet.
Barry, do you watch the show or?
Yeah, I watched the show and I read up to the 4th book.
right up to the 4th book, and Barry is strangling his cat.
I read the first 2 books. The food
Keith-
porn got to be too much, and I gave up.
Keith, I know you've read them all and watched everything, right?
Yes, I'm current.
Yeah, you're totally current. And what about you, Robin?
Yeah, I've watched it, but I haven't read any of the books.
They talk a lot
All
about
right,
food.
so
That's what I said. Food.
whatever. Just get over the food. Get over yourselves and get over the food here. So this is what I want to say, and we can from here. And anybody who's listening right now, no guarantees that there will not be spoilers, because well, it's probably going to happen. But here's my thing with the show, and when the show first started, if you go back to watch the first few seasons, and I know people are going to argue that due to the fact that it is like I'm just angry or whatever because of what just stop it. Like I'm all angry and whatever just because it's like, you know, revealing stuff that the books haven't, which, you know, whatever, it is what it is. You can't do anything about it. But the very first few seasons of the show, it followed the books pretty closely, and it also like it seemed to me like the show was literary, if you will, for lack of a better term. Like they actually like didn't have like ridiculous exposition to explain certain situations. They didn't have ham-fisting coincidences to happen. And this last season, not that the show has gone bad or anything like that, because it's still entertaining, but this last season, it's just filled with contrivances and just like it's more of a TV show now. You know, like, you know, it's not that it's like, you know, like if you turn on and you watch, you know, like Blacklist or you know, Criminal Minds or whatever, you know, you're watching some sort of drama on TV. This now feels like I'm watching a TV show instead of I'm watching like Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones seemed to, like, in my opinion, like kind of transcend. Like it was like the best of what TV. Each episode was like a little mini movie and whatever. And it's just now it just seems like they're just doing whatever they can to make it somewhat make sense. And you just the decisions that they've made and the turns that they've done and stuff like that just don't make. They aren't doing as good of a job as they used to. And that's like case in point, like the recent episode where it was like somehow, you know, like, oh, you know, both Bronn and Jaime like show up in Dorne at the exact same moment that this like 3-person rebellion or whatever decides to enact, like the world's worst and least planned rebellion of all time. These people, and they just happen to show up at that garden at the exact same time that the person that they're trying to kidnap or hurt or whatever just happened to be walking in that garden at the exact same moment. It's
called
just
intelligence.
They
were scouting it out. Come on.
No.
They just skipped over all of the stakeouts. Yeah. And information gathering. Mm-hmm. It's legit.
Here's the thing, right? Okay. First of all, you said it last. I think it was last week or the week before that last Alaboom or the time before was that you now see them as two separate entities. You enjoy the series on one side, you enjoy the books for themselves. They are their own entities now, and you can enjoy them for what they are. But double barrel question. First of all, when they announced that they were going to do the books as a TV series, one, what did you expect from the first series, other than seeing what had happened in the book? And secondly, what did you expect would happen when they eventually ran out of source material? Because the guys producing it know where they're going to take the story because they've spoken to George R.R. Martin about, you know, his vision for the books. So they've got this kind of idea of an endpoint which has to coincide with what his final vision of the story is. But they don't have his his knowledge, because he doesn't have it yet, of how they've got to get there. So they've got to adapt the story to reach that final position without knowing what's going on in his mind.
Well, here's two things. I'll answer that. Oh, and somebody else again. I'll let somebody answer. I'm going to answer this as succinctly as I'm able to. I'm going to point anybody who hasn't read it to go to grantland.com and read the Ask the Maester, like a weekly thing that this guy does. That this guy who's read all of the Game of Thrones stuff, all of the prequel stuff, everything that he possibly can, and he is extremely well versed in the world of it, and people send in questions about the show, saying, "What is this? How does this work? How does that work?" And then he tries to answer those questions with both stuff that's in the books and also that the show has shown, and try to explain what people are going through. And he's pretty funny too. One of the questions somebody asked is like, "What, Maester Aemon died? That came out of nowhere, don't you think?" He's like, "Yes, it certainly came out of nowhere that a 102-year-old man passed away." You know, just like he's got a good sense of humor with some of the stuff. But he said, and like he's like because he's done a lot of research into like George R. R. Martin and things like that as well, and he is like he said he didn't come out and accuse of the situation, but he's been a big backer of the show, and he's supported it, and he's starting to lose his backing a little bit, and he basically said there's no way. I mean, he goes I guess it could be possible that when George R. R. Martin sat down with those two guys to discuss the show and everything like that Martin knew exactly where his show was going to go. But he said, judging from what he knows about Martin from interviews and things that he's looked up and other stuff that he's written, he's like, he firmly believes now that like the books are going to like be different and different in a lot of ways than what the show is. The show is just going to do its own thing, and the books are going to do their own thing. And he basically blames that because he says Martin just he doesn't believe that Martin has a good firm grasp as to what he's going to do. He might know like really, really broad strokes, and that's that's incredibly broad strokes. Like just like this is how it's going to end, like, and this person will be dead and that person will be alive, and that's maybe all he knows and all he's got planned. And everything else he's just filling in as he goes. He says, and that's the reason why it takes him so long to write his books, and like and to get his stuff out. And so his major problem isn't so much that the books or the story is like the show is starting to leave the story. It's that one of the things that bothers him is that at the very beginning of the show, the creators said repeated how really cool the people that watched or read the books weren't going online and giving stuff away. They weren't saying, "Oh, well, Ned dies," or they're not going out there and revealing spoilers. And they thought that was really cool how like people kind of took on themselves to just not ruin the show for people that were watching it, and like the Red Wedding and stuff like that. And they made a big deal about those like reaction videos and like that of like those parts and things like that, and just how amazing it was. And and Martin was making the trips to all the late night talk shows, and they made a big deal about the fact that he was just killing people off left and right. And here you have now where they've left the story behind, and if you're watching the show and you've read the books, you tell yourself, well, this is no guarantee that this is going to happen in the show. But when they make offhanded comments like saying, when George told us about the sacrifice, which we're talking about the last episode, then they're not treating the book readers as well as the book readers treated them. And he said that's really annoying. And I mean, I don't know what you do in that situation. I mean, because you can't, as the person, I can't imagine me just saying, okay, I'm just not going to watch the show now, and for another like 8 years or whatever it's going to take him to come up with the last 2 books. There's just no way that I can do that. But it seems to me that like the people that like basically made it so the series can be made, which are the people that read the books, who made it popular and made it viable, are the ones that are getting the fuzzy side of the lollipop, so to speak.
I suppose the other side of it there as well is if you look from a business perspective, when he's writing the books to start with, he was writing the books with, presumably to start with, no idea that they'd even been published, and then they went on and became more and more successful. So even his initial vision probably wasn't, he's going to retire off the money from it. He just wanted to tell a story. Now, with the TV series, as soon as it gets picked up from that, you've got to realise that at some point, if the series is a hit, it's going to become more about the money that it generates than the story that it tells. So then the weight, I mean, it's like a lot of things. The money involved ends up ruining the franchise itself.
Yeah, that's why
Major League
Microcosm
Sports.
is an eminent domain instead of being a random Civ game. Money.
Well, Martin should have realized when he signed up for the show, he pretty much signed off the rights for his works. It happens with every show or book that's turned into a show. The producers of the show can do pretty much whatever they want with the license.
Yeah, I mean, the other comparison I noted here is the Walking Dead comic series versus the Walking Dead TV series, where in the first series it followed the books the first graphic novel pretty directly, and then at some point they've taken ideas from the comic series, but they've had to develop them for TV. And now we're in a situation where it's very different from the original source material.
Yeah, I think Game of Thrones will do something similar. They'll keep some of the major ideas, but do their own thing with it.
Well, I mean, if you go back, I mean, the Martin, I mean, he started writing. I can't remember what it was. I mean, he wrote like a lot of writers do. They start off by writing a lot of little short stories and sell them to magazines and whatever. And he had some, if I remember correctly, he had some initial success. But then he had like a book that just tanked on him. I can't remember the name of it. Saved my life. But he went and wrote for TV for quite a while, and he was. I don't know if you guys remember that Beauty and the Beast show. Like he was.
Linda Hamilton.
He was like. Yeah. I mean, he was like, and that was like a well-respected show. I mean, it maybe didn't have like great ratings or whatever, but I mean, people really liked it, and he ended up being like one of the main writers and like a producer, I think, of it, and that was where he got a lot of his like success, and he kind of established himself. And then, but yeah, he. God, when did the first book, Game of Thrones book, come out?
1996.
Okay.
It's called the Internet.
Shut up. But I mean, but he was actually like, and if I remember right, I mean, like Feast for Crows, which that came out in like early, like what, 2007 or 2006, I think.
2005. Also the Internet.
Well, thank you. No, shut up.
I'll send you the link.
But literally, shut your mouth. But it took him, and so he got 4 books out in like a little over 10 years, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I gotta figure out how to tie all this stuff together, and then that 5th book didn't come out for like 6 years, 5-6 years.
Yep.
Haley, hit. So I mean, and it's just like, and he's basically said that don't expect to see Wins a Winner, in 2015, and 2016 is pretty unlikely. And it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, it should probably be 2018.
Who knows?
And then book 7 won't be finished before he dies.
You never know. Stephen King with the Dark Tower series, there was a huge gap between the last 3 and the first 5, I think it was. So you never know. And the last 3 or 4, whatever came out, like 1 every year. So you never know.
I don't know. I think he maybe has I'm not saying I've never written a book and I've never had a #1 bestseller, so I really can't speak as to the man's ability or what his stick-to-itiveness or his creative ability is. But I don't know. It seems like maybe he doesn't even know. He even said that he doesn't really remember all of his characters and everything like that, and he actually has to. He has like some guy that he pays money who tracks down every single character of the books, and then like if he approaches him, he'll send him questions and he'll say, where is this Sarah Thomas Karen or in this moment, and then that guy will like come back to him in a day, and he's like, well, this time he was traveling here and he was doing this, and and he has everything written or whatever. So I mean, I don't know. I question his
well, there's so much
ability
going
to
on, right?
Tell the story that he wants at this point.
There's so much going on. It's not like
probably too much.
Harry Potter, 10 years, 7 books, 3 characters, right? Like 2 people die.
Oh, you spoiled it for me.
Don't worry, it's not very good.
Oh,
I never read any of them, but
what?
Oh, you can't say Harry Potter. Well, I mean, but Harry Potter is still good. Don't. That's mean.
Harry Potter's only ripped off 2 other characters. One, a character from 2000 AD comic, which came before the DC Vertigo character from what's his name from Books of Magic, Tim.
Yeah.
Malamber and Tim.
No, brain fart. Tim. Can't remember. Anyway, it was from the DC Vertigo series, and the only reason why there wasn't a lawsuit there is because Warner Brothers owned the right to Harry Potter, and they also own DC Comics, so they'd be suing themselves. So,
well,
I mean, it's been a huge success.
What was it?
Is it Tim?
Well, it's just like the lady who wrote the Hunger Games. Like, I've never heard of like the
Battle
Royale or Blood Royale or whatever it was. Yeah, I've never heard of it before. That sounds like a really interesting story. Battle Royale. Yeah, you completely stole it, but anyway. But no, I mean, I don't know. I guess my big thing is that I wish if they were going to be doing if they're going to be doing the show the way they're going to be doing it, I wish that they just did a better job of it. And it just doesn't seem like they're doing a really good job with it anymore. I mean, so many people
throw away. That's what's bugging me is they're just turning people into throwaway characters.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff in Dorne has had no bearing on the show at all. None.
No, because if it follows the path
what has
that's
happened?
it was a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna roll. We're gonna get Princess Myrcella. Okay, and our rebellion's over in like 2 episodes. It's like
they did what
she
they
might still be doing something. Who knows? But.
Send a Raven next time.
Yeah.
Barristan Selmy. What a waste.
Yeah, that's dumb. Well, I mean, did he just need money or he wanted more money and so they wrote him off? But I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It just seems like the changes that they're doing and the alterations that they're doing don't seem to make sense to me. And maybe that's the point. Maybe
well, maybe
they've also got to stick to
trying to separate themselves.
You're being a
They've
little
also
bit
got to stick to what's popular as well. there are some characters that are going to be hugely popular, like Daenerys and Tyrion, who just they kind of steal the show each episode. So they're going to focus more on their stories at the end of the day because they know that that's what's going to grab the viewers.
Why do people find Daenerys interesting at all? I don't understand that at all.
She has dragons.
She has dragons.
That's it.
Ooh, dragon.
Daenerys is my favorite. It was my favorite storyline. Not now.
Oh, you're insane.
Well,
You're just.
I mean,
I
Well, I
can't
mean,
take
never
this
mind the fact that
anymore.
in the book
It's
she's like
just
14.
that's nonsense.
She's actually like she's actually getting constant. He's constantly in these moral dimensions.
What?
I'm sorry, Michael just drops the mic and leaves basically. All right. No, okay, go ahead, Daenerys.
No, I like her story. I think like in the first few books, I liked her story the most, other than Tyrion's story. I mean, there's tons of boring. The Wall is boring. It is just dreadfully boring. It's just nonsense. I mean, I jokingly call them the snow vegans, but it's stupid. It's like this ridiculous concept of valor and oaths and all this crap, of which like none of them seem to be able to keep, and they're even more so in the books with their little, gallivanting in Mole Town with prostitutes and whatnot. And then they constantly are willing to fall on the sword for their oath. I took an oath, but then I banged a redheaded girl for one whole season, and I took an oath, and I took it. It's just horribly boring. It's depressing and boring, and if like everyone on the Wall died, I would be happy. I don't care about it at all. It's like if they made a reality TV show about the Border Patrol or something. It's just boring. I mean, to say that Daenerys' story is more boring than The Wall baffles me. It's the same thing every time. They're starving. They have no men. The wildlings are coming, and they are.
What's the Daenerys storyline? What's the Daenerys? Oh, I'm in a weird world, and I'm trying to free all the slaves, and nobody seems to care.
No, you're talking about.
I need to learn how to be a good leader, and I have dragons. I have dragons, everybody.
You're talking about the Daenerys story now, but she's actually like in interesting moral situations. Like the people on the Wall are not. It's just a bunch of like male posturing nonsense where they're like constantly belly aching about how they're understaffed. Every freaking one. It's like Samwell is like one of the only people that's even remotely interesting in that, and he's such a two-dimensional character. I mean, he's so two-dimensional. He's a coward, but he's not, and he's got this girl that he's looking after. Other than that, it's like Jon Snow is a good-looking guy, kind of walking around, and hey, look, he's a super young guy that managed to climb the ranks.
What are these amazing dimensions of Daenerys that I'm not seeing?
I
can't get any. I need moral decisions. What moral decisions has she made? We must stop slavery. Oh well, thank you.
I want to open the pits, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I mean, well, do you want me to answer your question, or are you just going to mock me?
Both.
Both.
Deposed.
Both.
So she's deposed.
Can we do both?
Her brother sells her essentially into slavery. She's culturally adapts to these weirdo Dothraki people. Then she's like, it's like a leader coming into her own. She's making like a Moses-like march across a friggin' wasteland, wherein, yes, now the story is slowing down where she's becoming, stuck in this slavery marine situation. But everything up until that point I felt was really interesting. She has put in more like interesting moral decisions where she has to make choices that are hard. Like, and a lot of the characters
What choices?
What do you mean? What kind of decisions?
What choices?
To free slaves?
What choices? What you say? There's all these horrible moral decisions. These really difficult, gut-wrenching decisions. I'm asking you, name one.
Name
one. She had to crucify that guy.
You literally
said when she crucified that.
you're an intellectual, and you're telling me that in the last few seasons she has not had to make any sort of interesting, difficult choices.
Well, are we going by book Daenerys, or are we going by show Daenerys at this point?
I'm talking about the show right now because I've only read the first 2 books.
Okay, so what is the giant moral decision that, like you say, has just been like, oh my gosh, when you were watching it? No, hold on. Let me finish.
You're putting
What is the moral decision? Okay, I apologize. Give me a moral decision that she made when you were watching. You're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I would have done in that situation. That's such a difficult decision for that person to make.
I didn't say that they were difficult. Like, I'm sitting at home, amazed by her diplomatic leadership skills. Like the guy who wanted to sell himself back into slavery, the guy who wanted to be a slave, or like the fact that she has these friggin' dragons and they're like her kids, and she's locking them up in a basement because one of them is a savage. You know, it's like you have one bad kid, so all the kids are grounded. There's interesting moments with her. I do think that there are interesting moments with her. Or like whenever she executes that guy that was like a follower of hers because he did something that she didn't want, like the guy they chopped his head off. Like those are all like relatively interesting moments. I mean, what other moments in the show are totally blowing you away? Because clearly they're not happening with Jaime Lannister or Cersei just walking around being the C word 24 hours a day. I mean, Arya's story is totally boring to me. I mean, it's way better in the book, but like in the show, I think it's just petered out a while ago. Like ever since she left the Hound, to me it's boring. I don't know. I mean, I like the Daenerys character. I think she's interesting. And I don't know. I guess I'm in a minority, or that's laughable or something. But that's the way I feel.
Well, as long as you recognize that, then it's good. But no, I mean, that's fine. You can like who you're gonna like, but I mean, Daenerys doesn't bring anything to the table, especially because I don't think the actress that's playing her.
Read in the comments. Read in the comments right now. These people are posting all the things that she had to do, the hard choices she had to make. There's tons.
Good night, Brandon.
Those are all easy choices. Because she didn't do anything herself. She didn't do anything herself. That's easy.
Nothing. She's just been sitting there and like letting things happen, and at the very end, when she actually could take action, she just climbs on top of a dragon and flies away.
And leaves her friends
behind. I mean, yeah, leaves her friends behind to theoretically die. That's no decision to get on this. Yeah, I got my ticket. I don't know about you guys, but
I hope she executes whoever's in charge of security at that place.
If that was just a story, I would read that story. I think it's one of the more compelling stories. I think it's cool that her and Tyrion are my 2 favorite characters. Like of the main characters. There's obviously I like Bronn and I love Davos, and there's a bunch of really good sort of minor characters, or not necessarily characters that are as in the limelight as others. But I don't know. I think it's neat that she's like of a bloodline that's like essentially eradicated. I think it's neat that she's she has this total uphill battle, not only for all the crap that's going on, but that she's like, her father was a psychopath.
I like that last scene of the last episode.
First of all,
about as
first
much.
First of all, Robin, you're wrong. Jon Snow is not going to turn out to be Daenerys' brother. She is going to she's going to be his aunt.
Yeah.
Because Rhaegar Targaryen her brother bedded Lyanna Stark, or that's the big theory. That's the most common theory. So she'll be he'll be her nephew if that is the case.
Well, what if what's his face? Ned wasn't his biological father.
He may not.
He wasn't. Almost everybody believes it's Rhaegar Targaryen.
what if Ned was his biological father and his mother wasn't who they claim she
Lyanna
was?
Stark?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the big theory there is that like he has mentioned there's been 2 mentions of 2 other possibilities for Ned's. I can't remember them offhand. One is an offhanded mention that Robert Baratheon makes about basically a servant girl somewhere, and they give a name, and then Ned makes him shut up about it. And then the other big theory or statement was, I can't remember what it is, and she's never in the show. I mean, not once, and never even mentioned. But it was some woman, and I forget who her name was, that was in love with Ned Stark, but he did not go with her or do anything with her. And then she eventually. Oh, Travis, you got somebody to back you up. I bet you feel good now. So, but there was like another like Lady Swan or something like that, and she ended up killing herself because Ned rebuked her. And those are 2 very minor possibilities that could be Jon Snow's mom. But you know. So it's just it's the most common and most rightly so idea is it's Rhaegar and Lyanna, and the reason why she made him promise not to tell anybody was because Robert Baratheon was going about and killing all the Targaryens that he could find, and if he did that, he would have to kill Jon Snow. So so that is why Ned kept the lineage a secret.
And it makes sense because Ned comes across as honorable and wouldn't cheat on his wife as well.
So I mean that's just been, to refute or to comment, I should say, on the whole that Dany has to make hard choices. Dany doesn't really make any choices. She's always, I mean, admittedly, whatever. Shut up, Joel. Get out of here. In the stupid comments. No. Dany, like it seems like whenever like she has something that she has to do, it's like she's got everybody under the sun that gives her advice as to what to do. And admittedly, I'm going by my opinion of her is be jaded or tainted by what I've read in the books as well. And I mean, honestly, in the books, she totally comes across as like always unsure of what to do and never makes a decision until it's like straightforward in her face. They've tried very hard to make her, much more, I don't know, forceful. But in the books, you have to remember she's like 13 years old or like 14 years old. She's not whatever 19, 20, 21 or whatever that she is in the show. But then again, you can't really have a 13-year-old girl sold into whatever slavery or whatever, that sexual slavery to Khal Drogo, and have it work out, or without people going crazy, unless of course you're the most recent. And then just to make sure that everybody knows that Ser Marin Trant is evil, we're going to make sure that we show him only like little girls at brothels and things like that. So just to make sure that you know that he's a bad guy, and that when Arya kills him in this next episode, and then takes her next step,
that's not what's going to happen.
Whatever. In the books, and then once again, big giant spoiler here. In the books, Arya is doing what she's doing. Like, before, she was like doing the cat of the canals, and she was running around in that town, and she runs into because Sam isn't in the book. Sam isn't at the wall anymore. He is left with Gilly and him and Maester Aemon, and they're going down there to go to the Citadel so he can learn to become a Maester, and then he can come back up to the wall and be the maester for the wall after that fact. And so and they go with, and he sends, like, John sends one random guy from the Night's Watch to go with them to protect him, and he's like a minstrel or a bard or something like that. And then they get to Bravos, and that guy just abandons them. He's just like, whatever, I'm gonna go and drink and whatever, and he's gonna race around and have sex with a bunch of women and do his thing. And for some reason, they never really explained, but basically because he's deserting the Night's Watch, Arya kills him, like cuts his throat and throws him in the canals, and then steals his boots because he had nice boots. They mentioned that he's got really nice boots, and so because she kills somebody without being told what to do. This is a spoiler, so I'm just saying there. She gets punished by the Faceless Men for taking it upon herself just to kill somebody out of spite or revenge or what have you. And so what's going to happen is she's going to kill Meryn Trant, and she's going to come and she's going to then be punished by the Faceless Men for doing that. And I'm not giving away everything that happens, but the thing with the kind of you could see that developing, and which is cool and all. If you've read the books and you know that everybody's now going to be in Bravos to have this action happen, but the fact that they've just written the Greyjoys, except for Theon, out of the books, it just bothers me that they haven't even touched on the Greyjoys at all. And Victorian Greyjoy is like one of the best characters in the books. I love, his storyline. I love what he's trying to do, and he is like a huge role in this upcoming war in Marine. But they're just apparently not going to have any of the Greyjoys in the show at all anymore. It's just who cares.
It's like the last two books were just building up a bunch of new characters, of which, well, we're not going to make people learn anybody new for the show. So we're just going to leave all that out. Because it feels like they're accelerating to the end of Dance with Dragons now.
Well, yeah, and it's just like, what was the whole point of sending... Okay, there is a huge thing in the books that happened in Dance with Dragons that is like one of the few things that happens. You're like, oh my gosh, is that for real? And that's, you find out that there's another Tyrion alive. Like, everybody just assumes, or it isn't Jon Snow or whatever. And Robin, they have mentioned that they're like, at least Euron Greyjoy, the guy who runs the show up there now, will be returning next season. So the Greyjoys are coming back, but they just whatever. They basically a Targaryen that everybody thought was dead is alive, and it's a huge reveal in Dance with Dragons. And Tyrion actually finds him, and it's just like, oh, but we're just not going to mention this, which is just kind of like, why? I mean, and he's still alive in the books. They haven't killed him off. And I don't know. It bothers me that, like, there's these things that, like, that's probably what bugs me the most, is that there's things like that are huge plot points in the books. And they're just not talking about them in which leads me to believe that those plot lines or whatever aren't going to amount to anything as far as the show is concerned. Well, and they're giving away what's going to happen with the book.
But they skipped the front, and didn't in like season 2 or 3 they have stuff from, like, wasn't it season 2 where they had some stuff from the 3rd book, or either it was in season 3 where they transposed things from the 2nd book into the 3rd season? So maybe it's stuff that will come out of...
That's because books number 3 and 4 were supposed to be one book, but then it got away from them, and it just became like a giant, and so he split them up.
Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy the show. This season has definitely been... My biggest comment on this season would be the Dorne stuff is obviously really silly. The way that it's filmed, like the way that it's edited,
you know, for example, there was that episode where Theon is asked to put the candle in the window, and then it like cuts to Cersei like looking at a can, or like Melisandre looking at a candle. It was just like really like obvious bad TV storytelling, like editing, like, and that wasn't a part of the show before. It felt like before the seasons prior, when it would go to a different scene, it was just a different scene. There wasn't necessarily some sort of like transition. What is this?
That is the graph of. It's tough to, but like so. And this is all of this, but if it happened, like it's the episode of the show combined with what chapter was. You can find that by just googling like show book show Game of Thrones book show graph, and you can find it, and it kind of tells you where like what show was, who they were, what chapter of what book they were referenced, was referenced in that particular episode of the show. So you can kind of see what they did there. So there you go. Interesting. Maybe not. Anyway, you were saying?
No, I was just saying that there are obviously sort of insipid and tacky moments galore in this season, but on the whole, there have been moments that I have found enjoyable. There's, you know, like the things like when they were trying to get the wildlings on the boats, and then they had that big pan out shot, and it's like they're 10 feet away from the shore, just drifting.
Oh, that was so dumb. I was just like, what is going on?
Well,
it's like literally funny. Like go back. Okay, no, seriously. Go back to that episode at the very end, right? And watch those guys. They're rowing the boat away from the dock, right? So, Kit Harington, is doing his best, George Washington crossing the Delaware pose with the boat going the wrong way, and they go back and one. There's a guy sitting in front of him, like at the back end of the boat, right? But he's just sitting there, and he's staring. You can't see his face; you can just see his cloak and everything. And he's staring at everybody else that's in the boat, and everybody else in the boat is like losing their mind, of course, because they're looking at this giant army of the undead, and they're wondering, what's happening or whatever, as this the Night King or whatever comes out. And so I'm just wondering, that one guy is not turning around to look behind him at all. He's like, what are you guys looking at? Just go. And two, the guys with the oars stop rowing. I mean, wouldn't you be pulling? Like, oh, there must be like 75 yards from the show. No, just come on, let's go. I'm going to get out and paddle at that point pretty soon. If I the fact that everybody just stopped and admittedly, yes, it's dramatic and for the show, but I mean, it was exceedingly stupid.
I thought it was funny that the giant is just hauling ass into the ocean, to get away. He's jazzercising at full speed. I don't know how he's supposed to get on a boat. I would assume that if he tried to get on the boat, he's gonna capsize it like that. How the hell did he? How did he get on the boat? How big were the boats? But yeah, the giant is funny. The giant has made me laugh a couple times. Just how he sort of shambles into these, he's constantly surrounded by people, and he seems to be he's aware that everyone's looking at him with this kind of okay, I'm a giant, whatever, just quit looking at me, it's fine, kind of weird look on his face. He has a human torso for a nose bridge. It's so gigantically distorted. But the end of the last episode was horrific. Even my wife, who kind of begrudgingly watches the show, just goes, "Oh my God, are you serious?"
Do you mean Star Wars Episode 2?
Oh, it was, and like I said, it was like I think I told Travis this. I was wondering if somebody had slipped the DVD of Aragon into my DVD player, and I was watching that CGI. I was just, okay, fine, whatever. I mean, but they supposedly have all this money. Why did we all of a sudden get feet? Sci-fi level, special effects when they've done such a better job, prior. Yeah,
well, and how do you sneak
so
spears into an arena? How do you sneak in a spear?
Yeah.
I mean, there's 500 spears. How did you sneak those in?
Yeah, I thought of that. Well, I mean, unless they were stealing them from the dead guys that they killed. That was the only thing I can think of. But I mean, it's just like. But how dumb is that? I know people want to kill me. I know we're dealing with this secret society of people that want to destroy us. Why aren't people being searched as they come to this Coliseum?
Why aren't there like 1,000
all of a sudden,
Unsullied circling it?
Yeah. Why aren't
5 dudes?
Why aren't like? I mean, yeah. Seriously, and why aren't? Yeah, that's the thing that bothers me the most. And admittedly, okay, once again, Unsullied. Way better fighters when it comes to being in a big formation on a battlefield.
Right.
And that, okay, fine. I'll buy into that, right? But, man, did they become horrible as soon as they got into that scene.
They might as well be wearing a red shirt at this point.
Yeah, I know. I mean, those guys, they last about 3 seconds in a fight now. And they're being beaten by guys with a dagger that are merchants. I'm a slayer, but somehow all of a sudden I'm a better...
In pajamas.
Yeah. Yeah, and pajamas, but I got this stupid mask on my face. That was never in the books! Those masks were never in the books.
The masks...
why would you...
They look like they bought them at Hobby Lobby and just spray painted them gold. Like this.
Probably did.
Well, that's what pisses me off about Barristan Selmy. So Barristan Selmy was the baddest knight from Westeros. Way better than Jorah Mormont. Yeah. Yet he gets killed by a bunch of jabronis in an alley? Come on.
Oh, yeah, and that's the whole thing. They said that Barristan Selmy was like... I mean, like, and they actually have the line right. I mean, like, when they retire... They basically force him out of the King's Guard, basically because they know that he's not going to stand for any ridiculous, and they want to put Jaime as the in charge of the King's Guard. And so he makes comment. He said, if I wanted to kill the king, I'd cut all 4 of you, because all the other King's Guard they're going to draw their swords, and he said, I'd cut you all down before you'd even get your sword out of your hand. And it was true. I mean, and in the books, he takes his cloak off, he throws it down, and he leaves. And they send, and then like Jenna sends like a group of the city guard to go and arrest him, because basically he threatens the king, and they say arrest him. We're not going to let him go. And he kills like 20 members of the city guard in like a matter of like 30 seconds, and then he leaves anyway. And he just he's Billy Badass, and then he was just like taken down by a bunch of merchants and guys in pajamas, as Keith so eloquently put. And it's just that's probably what's bugging me the most, is they're not staying really true to the source material at this point.
It wasn't an honorable end for that character. If he was the guy in the arena by himself protecting Daenerys against the horde of the guys, at least then he went down like he should have, not in an alley by himself. He wouldn't even be wandering around. He would have never left her because he was her King's Guard.
Cool. And it's just like, and there's certain things where it's just like, you're gonna die. Oh, did you just tell a funny story about the past when things were better and you had soft music playing in the background? Yeah, you're dead. Did you just tell your children that? Did you just tell your children, I'll be right behind you? Yeah, you're dead. It's just like.
I'll be on the next bus. Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, you're dead. Yeah, it's sadly, it's just the show has become formulaic, and it isn't really. It has given up on the intrigue stuff. It's really given up on like the political power and who wields it and why they wield it. And they had great characters in Littlefinger and Tyrion and Cersei for that matter. I mean, as much as she is a total biatch, she is a great character, and she is like just supremely evil and awful for what she is. And it's just like, and they've for the most part done a really good job with Jaime, and they made him interesting. And the thing is that now it's just like we're going to do away with any of the real subtle stuff where we're just going to give you these little hints and notes and moments. But now it's just like, well, people like Bronn, people like Tyrion, and people like dragons. So let's just give them that, because that's what people want to see. And they're going with what the mass audience wants, and they're leaving the people that love the dialogue and the interplay within the books. I mean, this used to be the best show on television. There was nothing on it like it. Now for me, it's just been so homogenized and so dumbed down.
Are you going to stop watching?
It's a shadow of itself.
Are you going to stop?
Why would I? Well, it's like why? That's a dumb question.
Why is it a dumb question?
Because
you've been complaining about it for like 2 hours. Like, why would you want to watch? Like, that's the dumb thing. The dumb thing is complaining about it for 2 hours. When if you hate it, just stop watching it.
No, I always hate that argument. I really it's just like it isn't like, it's like, well, if you don't like it, turn it off. Well, no, I mean, okay, yeah, fine, or vote with your wallet. Well, fine, but I mean, but just because I might still watch it, it doesn't negate the fact that the show isn't as good as it was. It doesn't change that fact.
I'm not saying I'm saying that it's clearly annoying you that it's bad. So if you have established and you feel that it's a well-established fact that the show is markedly worse than, and it's annoying and that you get more satisfaction out of the books, why bother watching the show? I'm not saying it like in an assy way. I'm being serious. Like, there's shows that I've quit watching
because he's invested.
That, and it's just. But why would I not watch it? I mean, why would I? Because I mean, it's still good. It's just. I never said I didn't like it. I said it's not what it used to be. It's not nearly the excellence that it was, and that's annoying. It's just like they have decided at some point that it was just like, well, we don't have to have an intricate plot anymore. We just set up these bells and we bring them in order, and we know that the vast majority of our audience will be just fine with what we're doing because it isn't all confusing anymore. I remember reading articles where people would be saying that they'd be all upset because it's just like everybody just looks like an angry bearded guy. I can't tell people apart. Well, you know what? Spend 5 minutes to invest in the show. Read the books, or go to one of the many fan pages or wiki pages and do research, stuff like that, and get into the books and get into the show itself, and then actually have it, learn more about it and enjoy it at that point. And it's just, but I don't know, people just want to be spoon-fed their entertainment, it seems like, and which is why shows like The Big Bang Theory are like the most popular show of all time, even though they're just garbage. And that's not really a very fair comparison. I mean, these two shows are, this will never ever be as bad as the crap sitcoms that people the majority of people seem to enjoy. But it's just, it could be so much better, and they've just decided they don't have to be anymore because they have a fan base. People are going to watch it, and they know they're going to get.
Maybe this is just a bad season because this is like where they try to go off the rails. Now they'll see that they screwed up, and they'll try to course correct and go back more in line with what the fans. I want to read the other books, but I honestly find them I find the descriptions of food and clothing to be exhaustive. And I know that's a common. I didn't know that that's a common complaint. I thought that was my observation until I started talking to other people who have read the books. and then other people who have given up on reading the books, and they gave up on reading the books because of that. It feels almost like a stall tactic in the like a tactic to add length to the books. But I do see the point of it in that it really drives home this sort of paradox of the fact that these people are so engrossed in these social pleasantries when really they just want to like be savages and rip each other's throats out and take everything that the other person has. But they have to go through the formality of wearing, you know, exquisite clothing and eating lamprey pie and all this other crap. But the first book I read in like a couple weeks. The second book, it took me literally almost a year to read. And granted, there was a lot going on in that year, but I have no desire. I tried to start the third book, and I was just like, I can't go through this again.
You know, one of the biggest parts of the things that one of the biggest things that really bothered me was the fact that they basically said they weren't going to have Lady Stoneheart in the in the show, which to me is like a huge part of the books if you've read the books, and that's and Lady Stoneheart in the books it's a huge, and I well, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna say in the books Catelyn Stark is alive. They brought her back from the dead, and she and the band without banners are trolling around, and they're killing every single Lannister they can find. And it's just this, and the Brotherhood without banners, and you know, like Beric Dondarrion, the guy who could come back from the dead, who the Hound killed but then came back or whatever. That Boros Sotir, I can't think of his name now. The red priest, I can't think of it. Thoros Amir. But Beric Dondarrion, they find her dead body. Beric Dondarrion transfers his life essence or whatever into Catelyn Stark, and she comes back from the dead. And so basically, they travel. They're hiding out and using guerrilla tactics, and they're just tracking down all of these Lannisters and Freys, and they're killing them in large swaths, and it's a huge part of the book, and it's just like, oh, we're just not going to do that. Oh, you know, why? You know, it's just like, oh, we're just not going to do it. You know, and I still hold hope that maybe they'll go back to it and they'll do something with it. I don't know, but they won't. You know, it's just I don't know.
Well, from the beginning, they said they're going to stay away from that mystical stuff. I mean, do you think the Stark boys will come back in the show? You know.
Well, I mean, who knows what they're going to do with Rickon? I mean, the book doesn't even seem to know what they want to do with Rickon. Yeah. But this season, they didn't do anything with Bran, and that was on purpose. And they're going to have Bran. You know what? They're in this last episode that's coming up. Anybody who's read the books knows exactly what's going to happen with Jon Snow, and I am so looking forward to people like losing their minds over it. So I'll leave that at that. And for those Game of Thrones to make a good comic book, there are graphic novels out there for all the books. They're slowly coming out with them.
The first book was done by as
and
24.
Yes, the trial fight in the cave is correct. Yes, to Hanger Senior or Hanger Sir or whatever. Okay, go ahead, Robin. What?
The comic books. There was a 24-issue series already released of Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they're going to do the other books yet. I assume they will.
I literally am looking at Facebook. One of my friends just reposted the horrible Drogon landing thing, and it just says "relive the moment." It looks so shitty. It looks like it looks like they used like the rotoscoping off of a Velociraptor in the original Jurassic Park movie, and they just made it into a dragon.
the funniest part about that one, I thought, was that last fight scene where they had, her surrounded by the 5 guys, but they were surrounded by 20 people and they were coming at them one at a time.
It was total Bruce Lee. It was total Bruce Lee. One of them now. Gotta give him a shot. And, Bruce Lee back when he'd be surrounded by everybody until one guy attacked with the nunchucks, and then Bruce Lee took him away from him, and then they all decided to attack at once as soon as he had a weapon.
I will say this: I'm watching it right now, and when Drogon flamethrowers these people, it is one of the most violent things I've ever seen in my life. It's so violent. It's like insane. Like even the fire that's coming out of his mouth just looks like hateful. It's just ridiculous. These poor guys, they're basically wearing clothes from Bed Bath & Beyond, and they're being incinerated by a mythical beast.
Well, apparently the dragon didn't like their attire.
Oh, man.
So, question for those who've read the books. How important a role do the dragons have in the books? How integral are they to the series?
They've done pretty much exactly. They've done pretty much exactly that. What they've done.
They grow up.
They grow up, and they and Drogon does exactly what he does, and Drogon once again does exactly what happens. The fighting fits. It didn't happen like it did in the book. In Dance with Dragons, basically Hisdar, her husband, is the one that is actually totally and completely behind the assassins. And maybe he still is, but kill him anyway. Who knows? But in the books, he's totally behind it. And so during there's just, in the fighting pits, what basically happens is Drogon just shows up, and because he's the smell of blood, because there's so many things that have been killed, he shows up because the blood brings him in there, and he lands in the middle of the arena, and a few people race out to attack him, and he breathes fire on them and kills them. There's no big There's no large, what's I'm looking for? There's no large rebellion or anything going on, and she races out onto the floor of the arena, and races out to him, and climbs on top of him and flies away, and it's just, and in the books it's just like basically she's just given up because she's just like she can't handle running the city and trying to keep the slave free, and then also trying to do this thing, and then they just fly off together. And then what happens is that at the same time, one of the earlier cities that she conquered, that she left, had gone back to the previous, because then that was one thing she felt she failed. She left that city thinking that she'd saved all the people that were slaves. As soon as she left, it reverted back to the slave ownership, and it went bad. And so they send this giant army to Marine, where she is, and they're going to lay siege to the city. And then Barristan Selmy realizes that Hisdar is probably behind everything, and he goes and confronts him, and he's got some bodyguard that with him, and then he kills his bodyguard and arrests Hisdar. And at the exact same moment, he hears this alarm, and then he turns around, and the army is attacking Marine, and at the exact same time, here comes Tyrion Greyjoy's giant fleet of boats from the islands, because he was told to leave, and I forget his brother or uncle Euron Greyjoy sends him to do something. I forget what it was, but he disobeys the order because he wants to rule the Greyjoys. He decides that he's going to go find Daenerys, and he's going to marry her, and then he's going to have dragons, and he's going to be able to take over everything. And so then he shows up in the harbor at the, almost at the exact same time of these giant siege, and so that's how Dance with Dragons ends. That Barristan Selmy is just kind of left there all by himself, trying to run this city, while this giant three-pronged war occurs. So it's just, the way this happened in this, it's just like it just leads me to believe that they don't know what they're doing. But I don't know. It's just it's really a lot of the plot points, a lot of the intricacies. Like I said, they're just foregoing any sort of subtlety, and they're just bashing us over them now.
I mean, like, how would you, like, in all fairness, how would you capture, like, the complicated, robust, but involved world that is those books in 10 episodes and in 10 hours of footage? I think it'd be pretty hard. I mean, I don't know. I'm not just trying to take the opposite stance as you for the sake of being a contrarian. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and it's very clear from having talked to you outside of the show, like how much you, one, know about the books, but two, care about the books. That, like, it's obvious that that's where your frustration stems from. But, like, at the same time, how, in God's name? I mean, these books are thousands and thousands of pages of when compiled together. If you try to translate that into a TV show while capturing all the minutia that is TV shows, and I do think that there were crappy moments in the prior seasons too. There were far less of them. Like this season has been consistently crappy, but like there definitely were boring moments in the prior season or moments that were a little ridiculous. I've always found the violence to be silly looking, like in the show. Like when they stab someone, it's like 45 liters of blood gurgles into the sky. I remember seeing, like, before I sat down and actually watched the show, I remember seeing it, like, just randomly on TV, and I was like, God, the fighting in this, like, the death, the way that people die looks absurd. Like, it doesn't look realistic at all. And then I hurt my back, and I ended up watching the whole first season on, like, a day, and I really liked it, and then from there, I started liking the show. But, I don't know, I mean, like, I hope that they go back on track, because I do agree with you. The season is terrible. It is boring and terrible.
I find it predictable.
Yeah. Just as a side, does anybody know if they're using the same? The show's got the same producers and background staff, as it were, as they have in the previous seasons.
It's the same two executive producer / writer guys that have been in charge essentially the whole time, as far as I know. I can't remember what their names are. I mean,
a couple of people have asked about the Stannis thing, and I've said this, and in the books, Stannis has done some awful things. He killed his brother, but a case could be made that Stannis had a claim to the throne than Renly, and Renly was kind of a prick to him too. But after he killed Renly, he had moments of reflection where he said, he said, it's like I feel awful about this, I and then Melisandre, that little skank, just like kind of brings him back from the precipice on several occasions where he's like, maybe this is worth it, maybe I shouldn't do this, and she's bringing him back, and so it's one of those things where it's very. Stannis you had kind of a weird begrudging respect for him because he was a hard person, but he was he was stubborn, but he seemed to think that he was doing the right thing, and plus he was being completely misled by this mistress of R'hllor or whatever, and but in the books they've left the wall, and he leaves his wife and his daughter and Melisandre behind, and he goes to battle, and in the books they get snowed in. And there's a lot of weird stuff that happens. Keep myself a little bit, but basically, like, he finds Theon Greyjoy, and he finds, I mean, of all things, like, basically, like, in the middle of this in the middle of the winter, he basically has said that he doesn't have any men, he doesn't have any power. A member of the first bank of Bravos shows up in the middle of nowhere, and wants to talk to Stannis because of the fact that it was like that, because the king, the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, like basically the Lannisters, owe the first bank of Bravos a ton of money, and they don't think they're going to get any of that money back, and so they're basically they send a man to talk to Stannis about, since he's like the best possible chance to be the king, like to work out a deal where he would, if they help him become king, will he pay him back? And so like you have this like weird thing where they're snowed in, and you don't really know what's going on, and that's where they leave it at. I mean, you don't really know what's happening. You haven't had them reach Winterfell. You haven't had them fight, and by no means, he doesn't even have his daughter with him, much less be able to sacrifice her to this god. And so you have this like weird moment where now I'm kind of left in the lurch, which is still maybe a good thing, because I get the impression that in the show, Davos should come back and just kill him, and Melisandre for that matter. And fine, be done with it. You're a dick. You killed your daughter, and but in the books, you have to think, well, maybe it's like Melisandre and Cease killer or something, and so then he gets revenge that way, or maybe it's something completely different, and you kind of hope that maybe the books will be just different enough that it won't be the same. I don't know. It was awful to watch that, honestly. I mean, it was just like, because it was just kind of like they had a person that, and I realize a lot of people don't like Stannis that much, but he is a way more intriguing character than a lot of the people that are on the show. Just because of the fact that he is just, and a great actor too, for that matter. The actor he was in, oh god, I can't remember. I can't remember the movie that he was in, but he played a total badass, played the Grain cop, and he was really good in that role, like a complete psycho. I can't remember the name of the movie. For that matter, there's a series on Netflix right now where it's a BBC show, but guy plays Jorah Mormont plays a police officer that was thrown off the force, who's now a private detective. He's a hard-boiled private detective. That's worth a watch too. So that'd be something if you are interested in watching different actors.
Can we talk about something about Game of Thrones that has bothered me for a very long time?
That you don't see enough penises on the show?
I see enough penises whenever I click on your screen when I'm on the show every Wednesday.
No, wiener, 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 wiener. Sorry.
Why are there no good Game of Thrones games? Holy crap!
What are you talking about?
The Fantasy Flight one that is Warrior Knights sucks. That game sucks. You like that game?
What? It's not Warrior Knights. Game of Thrones War Game is one of the best ever.
Dude, Game of Thrones War Game, Fantasy Flight has regurgitated Warrior Knights mechanics into like 10 of their titles. If you do not recognize that, you are crazy.
Name 3 more.
The Rune Wars game, Twilight Imperium.
I would say that. First of all, you're trying to tell me that that you can draw a parallel between Game of Thrones and Twilight Imperium?
No, I can draw a parallel between Warrior Knights and those games. That they piecemealed out mechanics and regurgitated them. I would say Game of Thrones. I mean, they're obviously
if you're going to say that, show me show me a game with new mechanics.
I thought they were called mechanisms.
Well, okay, fine, tough guy. Show me a game with new mechanisms.
Lance,
What
I
the
don't
hell?
know how much. I think we should start a Kickstarter so that we can pay to surgically have the stick removed from your ass. It'll
Whoa!
fund
So instead of
and-
answering the question, just attack.
I think that game is boring, but you know what? I think the Game of Thrones game is boring because I don't think it. So you're telling me this rich, robust world that you love so much, you think that the characters Jamie equates to 2 swords on a card. That is him. That's how he's embodied in the game.
No,
He's 2 swords. He's a
that game is a game of negotiation and treachery, and I love it.
Weird. That sounds a
So,
lot like
I mean,
Warrior Knights. That's weird because those things take place in Warrior Knights as well.
Oh, really? Okay. Negotiation and treachery happens in Battlestar Galactica. Well, I guess that must be the same game.
I mean,
One Night Distance. I guess that must be the same game.
You honestly don't know this. You honestly don't know the whole thing about how they got the rights to that game and they have used it as a point of it's like a substratum for designing other games that fall under that umbrella. I mean, it's very obvious. It's not Battlestar Galactica has treachery. I mean, the season mechanic, the 3 roles in Game of Thrones. There's 3 roles in Warrior Knights. The season mechanic, or the way that the event deck thing shuffles, similar as well.
I mean, 3 roles.
Yeah,
Never played a game
you
with
have the
3 roles
crown,
before.
the raven, or the sword, or the throne, the raven and the sword, and the other one you're the leader of the church, you're the whatever the thing is with the feather in Warrior Knights, and then is it a military leader? There's 3 different things titles you can have that affect things that give you an ability. It's not as deliberate. Question. But so you like that game? You think that's a good game?
Yes, it's one of
It
my.
doesn't bother you
few,
that the Lannisters are have a definite drawback in the game because everyone traipses across their territory. I know it's supposed to be thematic.
I have played that game probably 24 times, and the Lannisters. If you draw the Lannisters as your the people that know the Lannisters definitely they know how to. I mean, yeah. If everybody decides, okay, we're all just gonna tear them apart. Yes, you could do that, but that never happens because nobody does that. If you're a Lannister and you're torn apart, it's because one of the first few games you played. It's one of those things where you have to. As the Lannisters, you just need to have that seaport, and you need to, get one neighbor on your side. And as soon as you have one neighbor on your side, you're good to go. And I've won the game as a Lannister. I have seen the Lannisters win the games of that several times. So it is not an untenable position as some people seem to think.
Have you played it with any
So there you go.
expansions, Lance?
Well, the second edition kind of takes the expansions that are worthwhile and puts them in there. They put the optional rules for random combat that you found from Storm of Seas, and they put in the siege engines and stuff, and the ports and harbors for Clash of Clans. So it took the stuff that was actually good and needed out of the expansions and put it in the second edition. I own the first edition. Actually, what's really cool is I own Scott Nicholson's first edition game. He actually gave it to me when it was out of print and you couldn't find it anywhere. Yeah, and he signed the inside. I'll never get rid of it for that purpose. For that reason.
I just bought the Feast of Crows expansion for it because I can't get the player count. Yeah, so I'll try with the 4-player scenarios, I guess it's called.
So you like it, Barry?
I haven't played it yet. I just can't get all 6 people, and I heard it's not really good with a lower player count.
I just want to see a game.
Well, you play with 4, easy.
Cool characters, that focuses on the characters and is character driven instead of a faceless war
where you're zoomed out.
Well, can you really have that in any board game? I mean, they're all abstracted at some point.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, yeah, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you could be the characters. One where you could be the characters or directly manipulate the characters in a way where they're not just stats on a card that equate to combat. Like, most of the cards don't do special things like Tyrion does, and who else? Is it like Patchface? What's his name? Patchface? Is that it? Who's the fool?
Yeah,
Yeah, like his card does something. I don't know.
Patchface who has predicted the deaths of major characters over and over in the books, but of course, never see a character in the thing because that would actually be helpful and interesting, and he'd be an interesting character to have in there. But don't put him in the show. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in
They
that
just
era,
had a rhyme or reason for the reason. Anyway, go ahead.
in that era of Fantasy Flight games, I mean, none of them really were character-driven. Look at the Lord of the Rings game, that Middle-earth quest. It's secondary characters you never heard of. So, don't worry, Fantasy Flight already hashed it as something else.
Well, here's the weird thing. Like one of the things is Brienne in the books is out wandering around looking for the daughters, right? She never finds them in the book. She doesn't run Sansa in a tavern anywhere. Sansa's still holed up down in the Eyrie doing nothing, and her best friend Jane Poole has been tried out as being Arya, and she's the one that's being married to Ramsay and being raped constantly. So, alright, so Brienne has no idea. Brienne is wandering around. Brienne gets captured by her and Podrick get captured by Lady Stoneheart, and because of the fact that Brienne of Tarth had dealings with the Lannisters, they decide they're going to hang them. And before she is killed, she yells out a word, and they aren't saying what it is, and then you don't know what happened. You think, oh, okay, Brienne's dead, but no, that she shows up and she's not dead, and so you don't know if Podrick's dead. You have no idea if he's dead or alive, but Brienne then is wandering around, and she was sent to go get Jaime Lannister and bring him back to see Lady Stoneheart, who is Catelyn Stark. And so she, in the end of Dance of Dragons, she finds Jaime Lannister and says, "You need to come with me." And she's bringing him back, and he doesn't know why. He's just, okay, I'll trust you, and he's just going with her. And so another huge point of the books that we're just not going to do it. Just Jaime Lannister never went to Dorne. He never went to Dorne. Ugh. Somebody's typing like crazy.
Not me.
Me.
Who's writing a novel?
Robin's writing fan fiction that mixes 50 Shades of Grey with Lord of the Rings, Jurassic Park, and Game of Thrones. It's called Dino Dong.
I thought those three were Game of Thrones.
It's called Dino Dong Dynasty.
I'd watch that.
Lance, if they asked you to be on
I
the
don't
new season, if they asked you to be on the new season of Duck Dynasty and pretend to be the intellectual, verbose,
the intellectual
cousin,
brother or something.
Yeah, like their cousin Swampy. Would you do it?
That's just the thing. Those guys are actually kind of smart. Well, obviously they're smart, they're making a lot of money, but if you even though the one guy is just a total crackpot, man, that guy. But marry your wife when she's 15, so she doesn't ever get smart and learn that. He's just like, what? But no. Have you ever seen the picture of them when they were pitching the show?
Oh yeah, when they're wearing
and they hadn't grown the beards,
shell necklaces and crap.
Yeah,
They're just white linen clothes.
Yeah, and they got no beards. They just the clean shaven. And then somebody got a hold of it, and they're like, "What if we really made you look like Hicks and just like made you go and like take like 9 months and not shave and not cut your hair and then here this is what we're gonna have you say." I guess that's maybe that's why I'm so angry. I mean, it's just like TV now just sucks. You know, it's all reality TV show garbage, and then there's like just these handful of shows out there that just are amazing, and it's just like I mean the last really great show, and admittedly, and I think I'm gonna sub-reference here, but and I think it did itself a favor by not being really great right away, because it then grew to greatness. But the last really great show was Breaking Bad, and it actually
Breaking
ended
Bad
really
is
well.
totally overrated.
Oh, you are insane.
Totally
Clearly,
don't
you've
understand.
never done meth before, Robin.
Yeah. Well, what do you
Clearly.
expect from somebody who lives in Uzbekistan? So I mean, you don't watch it as an American. So then how can we expect you to understand it? You know how it is.
Well, so you have to be an American to understand an American show?
Well, in some cases, we allow.
I know a lot of people.
What do you think
enjoy
was
it, but
overrated
I
about
think-
Breaking Bad? What?
No, I think,
I'm kind of taking a
I
piss here, but I mean, to
I
use a
used the word
parlance of your
overrated.
times, if you know.
I used the word overrated because it was hyped up so much on Facebook and Twitter and by various people as being the best thing ever. And when I watched it, it just didn't set me alive. Now, I sat through the entire series because I started watching it, and I was hoping that at some point it would blow me away the way that it was being built up to blow me away.
Whoa. We just talked to Travis though. Why did you watch it if it didn't make you happy?
It's not.
Why-
it didn't
why
make me
would you
happy.
do
I was
that to
waiting
yourself?
You're a bitch like
It's
you.
not- No, it's not that I didn't enjoy it. That's my point. It's not that I didn't enjoy it. It's just I thought it was overrated compared to all the buzz that it was getting and hype that it was getting.
Did you guys watch Black Mirror?
I watched 2 episodes. I wasn't stunned.
I love that thing. I hope there's more
Of course
episodes.
you would.
There are days, Lance. There are days.
Scoundrels, worst game ever. Sorry, what?
Did you actually play it, for God's sakes?
Yeah, I played it. I played it this evening with my buddies.
How did it go?
Well, yes, let's wait for the review, I guess.
Oh, cool.
No, we enjoyed ourselves, dude. Don't worry about it.
All right.
We had fun.
Good.
Coming from Action Phase Games, a non-Heroes Wanted themed game.
I know. We just played 2 of Daniel Solis's games tonight that we're thinking about trying to license. They were very fun. Have you ever played? Have any of you guys played Kigi before or Koi Pond?
Yeah, I played them both.
You played them both?
Yep.
What did you think?
I love them both.
You love them both?
Yeah, I think they're really good. As
Why don't you
small
marry
filler
him?
games. I think I prefer Kigi.
Opposite for me.
I think it's aesthetically the more pleasing game.
Yeah, Kigi is
I think
more innovative in terms of it feeling really different, but I think
Oh, no,
Koi Pond is a very...
I think Koi Pond's more innovative with regards to the gameplay. I just think Kigi is just more kind of relaxing filler before something heavy or after something heavy. It's been a while since I played Koi Pond.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how to do I know people have done it where they do a Kickstarter for multiple games at once, but I've got to think about it more.
Have you been in talks with him about it?
We talked to him today on the phone.
Cool.
Printed it out and played it, and we went over to the Sadler brothers' house tonight to play it and another game we're considering, and it went well. And I think they were immediately like averse to both of them, and then ended up enjoying both of them. Especially Koi Pond, they were like, ugh. And then when we played it, they were like, this is actually really good. So they were talking about how Reiner Knizia, or however the hell you pronounce his name, would just like submit a game to Fantasy Flight every week. It would just be like a new card game. Like, here's a new card game where you too can enjoy basic calculus. So they have an aversion to playing small, sort of mathy games. I did see some interesting games though that we're considering. This one kid made listen to this theme. So Nick played this micro game at Geekway to the West where this kid, the theme of the game, BGG had a contest for creating a micro game. So this kid brought a game called Shiv that's just about stabbing people in prison. I'm not even joking. And it was good. And so he emailed us and he was like, would you guys be interested in this? I said, we're not really interested in micro games because there's not a lot of money to be made off of them. And, it's just, we'd rather have something more substantial. So then he's like, well, I think I can expand it into a game. And I was like, well, the theme's got to change because, there can't be like a Latino gang and a white supremacist gang stabbing each other and that be the selling point in the game. So he changed it, and I suggested it be kind of like the prison in Guardians of the Galaxy, that brief moment when they're in the prison. So I was like, maybe make it like they're in space or there's aliens or robots. So he made it where it's just like a robot prison. So like the theme of the game is that robots their AI is so sophisticated that they're acknowledged as being like people, but they're programmed to do things like they commit crimes or whatever, so they get punished the same way as people, but they go to a separate prison. So they continue to act out in human-like behavior, like forming gangs and being, horrible towards one another. We played the game, and it was actually really good. It was super fun. It needs a little more polish, and we're going to look at it again at GenCon, but I told Tom Vassell, he asked if we had anything going on, and I was like, well, we're thinking about making a prison game where you stab people, and he goes, yeah, I don't think that's going to go over well. It's like, you're going to have to change the theme on that. Like, it's robots, though, and he's like, yeah, still, that's weird. Why are robots stabbing each other? That doesn't make any sense. But, yeah.
Well, don't you remember Futurama with the Hector robot that was insane? He's like, I gotta get all stabby, and he had the knife, and he was like, back off, Red. I gotta practice my stabbing.
The guy
when he was in the cell with.
We played it at Origins. That the working title of the game was Stab Bot. It made me laugh. It was funny. Nick walked around with there was one card. He was like the worst robot in the game, and his name was just Steve, and he was just made of cardboard boxes. And so Nick asked if he could have the card, and he put it on the back of his Origins badge, and his badge just kept flipping around, and people kept calling him Steve for the whole weekend. They thought his name was Steve. It was pretty funny. We played this deck builder game, too, that was really interesting, that this kid is so smart. I don't want to say he reinvented deck building. It's more like he fixed a lot of problems with deck building. Like the really annoying problems in deck building, like people culling their deck really quickly, or he made almost like a pure information version of a deck builder that's got a lot of really smart design decisions. So we played that as well tonight, and we're considering that. But the problem is it's a fantasy deck builder, and those two words don't exactly excite people, right, guys? When you hear fantasy deck builder,
I'm
Robin,
sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
What'd you say?
Sorry, I'm just doing some work.
What?
I'm at work now.
Fantasy deck builder, Robin. Does that excite you?
Yes. Depends what the mechanic is that's interesting and different from every other deck builder.
But at just hearing those words, if someone said fantasy deck builder, what's your first?
What it is what am I trying to do in the game? What am I trying to build in the deck? Am I supposed to be questing down dungeons, going deeper and deeper into dungeons? In which case, what is it I'm building up within my deck?
I'm using a cuss word now. You're just shitting all over my point, Robin. So I'm just going to abandon my. It's dueling mages. It's mages beating each other up.
Oh, that's something
Oh,
nobody's
what,
ever
like
done before.
magic?
It's a little. It's more
Magic
of
the
Star
Gathering
Realms,
deck
like
builder
a
game.
fantasy Star Realmsy kind of thing. But
So like Epic the card game.
I've
It's currently on Kickstarter.
That's right. I mean, like, do you build a deck of spells and minions to play against each other?
I don't want to talk about it because I don't want someone else to find out about it and try to take it. But it's way more than that. It's seriously really, really interesting.
Mage Wars?
No, the theme is crap, but like I can't. I'm the guy. I'm the guy that comes up with theme. I'm the one that, for this little game Ninja Camp that we had, it was like originally like, you're a thief in Baghdad. And then I came up with this interesting, cute theme. But I'm having a really hard time trying to justify making this not a fantasy game, because anything else would be even less interesting. If it's like, oh, you're giant robots, it's like that's far, like the market share for that is far smaller. Or like, oh, you're, World War II tanks or something. That's boring. Uh-oh, Scott Alden, what's going on?
Holy cow!
Like a thief in the night.
Here, I was thinking about I was thinking about calling it night, and then here comes the big man himself. We can't talk now. He's still logging in. So we need to make fun of him for a brief moment here. Hey, did you see that Mayfair, all your heroes wanted extra, and then made a game called Extra?
That's fine.
You're
We're
okay with that?
gonna make Newsies the musical, the card game. Look
My
at
wife
Scott,
makes fun of me all the time.
look at Scott's face in
What?
in his little screen image. He's so pensive looking.
Pensive.
He looks like he's about ready to he's getting ready to make a chess move that's either going to win or lose him the game.
Did you say lose him a game?
Lose him the game. You probably can't hear me up on that high horse of yours. The air's a little thin up there.
It's damn tough being this smart. So but
So I got to meet Barry in person. That was cool. Barry, I thought you were going to be like a lumbering giant of a man. Like I
you
imagined.
you said he was like 4 feet tall.
He was like Elijah Wood tall.
5'11".
Oh, you've met Elijah Wood?
Yeah, I've met Elijah Wood a bunch of times actually. He was an aspiring hipster in New York when I lived there. He would go out to bars all the time, and he would ask if he could DJ. And I was a bartender, so you'd see him out a lot. He's very tiny.
Lying.
What's that?
I think you're lying. Screenshotter didn't happen.
What do you mean? I was a bartender in Manhattan for 8 years. It happened.
Yeah. Do you have any pictures? Do you have any signed memorabilia from Mr. Wood?
No, because that would be the weird, dicky, creepy thing to do.
Oh, so.
Yeah, it's
So you
unimaginable.
can't-
It's unimaginable that a young man in the world's largest city in America would go out to a bar and in over the course of a decade he would happen to come into a bar where I worked. That is an unimaginable feat.
Well, I'd have to guess that there's probably more than one bar in New York City, correct?
It's true.
Or Manhattan.
I'm sure he went to many of them. Whenever you have money, he was like trying to be a down to earth dude.
And then you'd have to think that during that time that he'd have a lot of different options as far as locations that he could travel to.
Well, at that point in time, the Lower East Side was the hottest place to go, and that's where I worked. So that's where people went.
How many bars are in the Lower East Side?
It's just bars and restaurants. That's the thing about that neighborhood. It not anymore.
So
but
you're saying more than 7?
Tons, yeah. But people just go to one bar and they leave and then they walk.
So
Why?
of all the bars in all the world, he had to walk into yours.
Yeah. I met David
several times.
I met David Cross on Halloween when I was dressed as Jamie Lee Curtis from True Lies, and he was talking to me about how he had to dress up as Mrs. Doubtfire in the Arrested Development, and he was talking about how when he jumped off that balcony, that wasn't even like a planned shot, like he was just messing around. You know what I'm talking about? Where he had the umbrella and he was trying to do like Mrs. Doubtfire and Mary Poppins mixed together, and he just like landed on a coffee table. And then he was talking about how the time where they made him wear all that glitter makeup and he was like against a wall and you couldn't see him and it was like all over his eyeballs and it scratched his eyeballs. He also was his girlfriend was a bartender at that time, so he was in the Lower East Side a lot. I think he had an apartment down there. And I used to see Andy Dick all the time. One time I saw Andy Dick lay in the middle of the street and just scream and wouldn't let a cab drive around him. It was pretty funny.
I'm sorry, were you
talking about?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Did you want to continue belly aching about how the TV show is not what you want it to be?
They could do a much better job than what they're doing right now. But they're getting lazy.
There you go.
So there you go.
I'm trying to think of what
Scott Alden like joined us for like half a second and left. But that's okay. So what did we learn? What did we learn tonight? If you had to take away from this evening's Alaboom, what did you learn? We learned that Barry was 4 feet tall.
Just a hairy too.
that Robin hates Breaking Bad.
Robin hates Breaking Bad.
Right.
It was the worst pile of trash ever to last 6 seasons or whatever and get highly acclaimed by every single person in the world other than Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Barry was 4 feet tall.
We learned that Travis just likes making grandiose statements to just try to get reactions out of people.
I kind of felt like that's what you were doing.
And we learned that Lance is right once again.
Are you two fighting over the horse again?
I just imagine being like this, like 6'9", you know.
I got 3 vertebrae left. Come on.
Clydesdale. Like you had a thundering steed. I was like, "What are you doing, Barry?"
Travis,
I was like, "What are you doing, Barry?" He's like, "I don't know, but I'm about ready to go get a drink." Remember that, Barry?
It's your birthday.
That was a very good Barry impersonation, Travis. Hey, when you live in Indy, right?
Yeah,
Travis.
yeah. I live in the northern suburbs of Indianapolis.
Okay. I think we're thinking about going to some Brazilian meat restaurant or something on Wednesday
We always
night.
go there every year. Pogo.
So, yeah, you should come with us. You can meet my wife and be nice.
I've already met her.
I bet.
Look at Barry shaking his
Dick. All right, boys. For those of you who stuck with us and listened to us this evening, I greatly appreciate your patronage as always. So, never nude. Very nice. So to Chris, to Paul, James, and then we also had our other mainstays earlier today. Thank you very much. For those of you who are tuning in after the fact, thank you very much for doing so as well. Anything else they wanted to say before we sign off?
Check
my
out.
game got announced.
What's
Publisher
that?
of my game got announced.
What?
Oh yeah.
The publisher of my game was
What
announced.
got announced? What? Oh,
Who is
I didn't
it?
hear it. Well, who's publishing your game?
Z-Man Games are publishing Beyond Baker Street.
Who?
Z-Man Games. Might have heard
Never
of
heard
it.
of them. Have they done anything before?
Did they have your game for 9 months before they told you they were published?
I don't know. Have they? They're infamous for something.
What are they infamous for?
Not printing enough.
What?
No, I don't.
That was a play on words.
That was a play on words, yeah.
Yeah, they normally
what's
they
going
usually
on?
take a while because they have a lot of submissions, but that's good. Congratulations, that's awesome.
Yeah, we're really happy about it. Don't have a release date yet, but
2020.
very happy about it. No, that wouldn't be the case.
Oh, I got a case because it's Sherlock Holmes and he does cases. I like that.
Boom.
Well, congratulations, Robin. That's awesome. On Monday, June 15th, our next game, Scoundrel Society, launches. Also set in the Dapper, and Robin, you're the voiceover on our Kickstarter video, and my partner's wife said, "Who is this person doing this horrible British impersonation?" I was like, "It's a real British guy. What are you talking about?" Yeah, so that'll be going up Monday. So back it, keep the faith. Check us out. What about you, Barry? You got anything cool going on? Are you like fighting a pit bull for money or something later in the week?
No, they're gonna put him. They found a small pit bull outfit for his 4-foot frame, and they're gonna...
Oh, I love Barry. Barry, you are like a mystical.
Scott Alden just emailed me. The Google Hangouts torched my Mac. It forced a reboot. It won't load the operating system. So, he will not be joining us. Oh, nice. All right. Well, as always, like I said, thank you, boys, for hanging out and being cool. We should talk soon. Travis, well, obviously we're talking on Monday night for both the release of your game and also for Prolixonomicon. For those of you who are interested, that is a show for Travis and I and one random guest, or in some cases a couple of random guests, where we get together and we talk about a topic for a fair amount of time. What's our topic? War?
It's
What we're
war,
talking
and
about?
the
On Monday?
guys from Maple Syrup are going to be discussing war with two Canadians.
Poor guys.
Oh, jeez.
Just
Can
one
I just
topic?
start it up and leave? Yeah, we focus on... Our first one was about ghosts. Our second one was about...
The apocalypse.
what was the one about? The apocalypse, yes. Now we're going to talk about war.
Yeah.
I just find it hard
So,
to stick to
maybe.
one subject.
It doesn't
Yeah,
ever
we
work
don't, but we try.
because Lance starts talking about like the domestication of the banana in Colombia in the 1800s.
You do
because
realize that actually, you know, because we eat so many... Well, first of all, I had to say B words because you can't say banana in our house. I said... Oh. Nobody heard it, though. Okay, good deal. The bee harvesting that goes on in Central America and stuff like that is actually incredibly detrimental to their to the economic disparity and problems that the people have. So we can get our fruit for like 70.
You mean
Yeah, do some research on it. It's like basically the people like go out and work and collect B words all day, and then they have to they have no money at it almost, and so we can get our fruit at like 29 cents a pound or whatever we get it for, super cheap.
Sorry, did you say you can't say banana?
It stemmed from. Have you ever heard of the really bad? No, it stemmed from the really bad show for kids called The Fresh Beat Band. If you'd ever heard of that,
No.
It was just this really bad show of like it's just a kids show, and I was basically sitting exactly where I'm sitting right now, Maybe I was facing that wall at the time. And my daughter was like 3 at the time, and she was watching episodes of this show, The Fresh Beat Band. And and they have a song on there, and it's something like every once in a while you just need to go, and she started singing it, and it's the most annoying song of all time. And I finally just said, you need to stop singing that song, and she's like, okay. And then she starts singing again. Then I said, Ryland, you need to stop singing that song. Okay. And she starts singing again. And so finally I said, if I hear the word one more time, I'm going to come over there and I'm going to tickle you until you scream. And, she's 3. So, of course, she's okay. She wasn't going to do it. And then, did the song again, and then she sings along and does it. And so I raced over and I tickled her like crazy. And, of course, then, her mother said, and then she ran up there tickling her. And she's like, what's going on? And so ever since then, if you say, in the house, everybody in the has 15 seconds. They can run over and they get to tickle that person. They can't stop them. They can't knock them away. So we've just all trained ourselves not to say. It's just now it's a extra tradition. So there you go.
I'm not allowed to say katana in my house.
Well, like Chris Katana.
For the same, essentially the same story you just said, exactly the same story.
No, was he eating at the time?
Barry, if I pay for you,
this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
If I pay for your badge at GenCon, will you ride on my shoulders like Master Blaster?
That would be awesome.
You'd be like, what are you guys
runs Barter?
Barry, they'll come up to you and they'll go, what are you guys supposed to be? And you go, first of all, it's used guys. Second of all, I gotta get a drink. Trying to get a drink up in here.
No. Because I think after like 15 minutes, I'd be breaking their neck. Just saying.
Robin, what do you think about an American saying that your accent sounds like a fake British accent? And that's just your normal speaking voice.
It does. It does sound like a fake British accent.
What can I say?
I'm going to tell Zev that you're not really British and you just pretended to take on the affectations of a Britishman to get your game published.
I haven't spoken to Zev. I spoke to him briefly at Essen last year. But
I try to do an impersonation of him, but I can't. The only thing I can do about Zev is he always bobs his head a lot, kind of like in a Michael J. Foxy kind of Montel Williamsy kind of way. But it's just his thing where he goes, he grits his teeth and he kind of goes, and then does this laugh. He has this really gravelly voice. He's a New Yorker through and through. This guy, he's a good guy. You should meet him.
I've met him at Essen, but I've not really spoken to him, other than just picking up goods.
Why don't you come to GenCon, man?
Because I don't have any money.
Well, quit having
because I spend it all on Kickstarter.
Are you
why he doesn't have any money to
check out the Scoundrel Society Kickstarter?
No, because you're sending me it free.
Free of charge for your voiceovers?
Yeah, wasn't that?
I won't send you a deluxe edition just to spite you.
Ah, yeah. Then I have to back it, don't I?
What? You're letting him do a voiceover? I don't get to do a voiceover?
Well, whenever I have a game about,
too British, Lance.
Whenever I make a game about correcting people, Lance, you'll be the first person I call.
I'm correcting you. Go, you son of a bitch.
I can't imagine our Kickstarter pitch video will be 45 minutes long.
Get some new material. I've never heard that kind of comment. Maybe your video should be shorter.
I was talking to Rodney Smith about how we have a show, and he's made a comment about, based upon the conversation we just had, I imagine the show is very long. So it's like, you have no idea. You have no idea. And then I made the joke about how you were talking about how the cultivation of potatoes in in post-Gold Rush Oregon, and how that directly related to the mechanic you liked in the game.
think
I
it's
love
time to
you.
kill
I
it.
hate you so much.
I just said I love
Yeah,
you, and you said I hate you at the same time. What a dick bag.
All right, boys. A little slice of
Fine
heaven,
romance.
as always.
Stay
Yes. All right. We're shutting out the broadcast, but this is now, of course, the time when we all talk behind our viewers' backs because we've canceled this out. So, all right. Good night, everybody.